You are live, Mr. Chairman, anytime you want to start. You are on anytime you want to start. Okay.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
All things are on. Yeah.
Call the meeting of Berlin Township Trustees to order. Will you please rise and join me in the pledge of allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please call the roll.
Trustee Board.
Here.
Trustee O'Brien. Here. Trustee Rio.
Here.
Okay, with that in mind, next item on the agenda is public comment. Do we have any at this point in time? Okay, please state your name, address it to me, and try to limit your time speaking to roughly 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Do I need to stand up?
Yeah, whatever.
No, I don't have to, I don't. My name's Amy Dutt, I'm representing Side of the Garden. We're at 2870 Curve Road. We just opened a few weeks ago, it's going very well. We have some pictures to show. Our request is for a sign that says Hidden Drive up ahead. It's really dicey getting out, you can't see it from both directions, you can't see the driveway, and Mark has pictures. I'm joined by Mark Dilly, also with Side of the Garden. Yeah.
Dramatic entrance.
Probably the worst is coming from Rollison Road to the east. People that come around the curve. We took a picture of a car in front of the drive. You just can't see the drive. We will be doing some vegetation cleaning just around the drive, and we've asked AEP for permission to put a fisheye mirror up on the pole, so people exiting can see, people driving down Kerr Road can't see a car inching out. So our request is if there is a hidden drive sign that the township could put up, that would be our request for you to look at it. I think Chris talked to someone at, I don't have the name.
We came out, took a look.
Took a look and said, yeah, it's hard to see. That's it.
Okay, can you put a phone number on one of these?
Thanks for coming out and helping us look at the drainage too.
Okay,
Thank you.
I understand the item, I'll talk to Rose about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's see what she wrote.
Sorry?
Let's see what she wrote.
Just my number. Oh. It's in some. Is it, you know, Levi.
Took a look.
Any other public comment at this point?
No further comment from me. Thank you.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is approval of minutes.
Mr. Chair, I have not had the opportunity to review the meeting minutes, so, we'll have to leave those on the agenda for next meeting.
So we should deliver those to our September meeting. correct?
Yeah.
I did not get those done until yesterday afternoon.
It's okay, I just didn't have time to review them, so I have to,
It's a lot.
Okay,
I know, and it's a lot, it was too much for me to be able to do too quickly as well, but, I'll make sure to get those to you so that if there are any revisions, you'll have plenty of time to turn them around on time.
okay.
Thank you.
Now we move to keep those dates for the September meeting. Thank you. Number 6, discuss, consider, take action regarding damage to Township Hall resulting from March 14th severe weather event. I believe that's for you, Ron.
Yes, thank you. On Sunday, you received from Tony Stocco a proposed contract that I would recommend that we.
I had the opportunity to review it, it seemed thorough and ready for consideration. You had a chance to review it?
I read it and I don't have a problem with it. I'm ready to move on. Got a motion.
Okay, so I move that we approve a contract between the Board of Berlin Township Trustees and Wilmington Construction LLC for the Berlin Township Hall siding repair replacement project as detailed in the email of August 11th at 10:31 p.m.
Second?
Discussion? Please call the roll.
Ryan.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Ford.
Yes. Do we know when they will do this?
Okay, so my understanding is that the materials will be ordered quickly. We're talking about starting right after Labor Day, and then it will take approximately 9 days to complete.
Okay, I will be out of pocket the week after Labor Day, but after that I'll be fine. Okay.
So, and you know, when it comes to construction, weather happens, delays happen, you know, if a particular item is out of stock, that'll push things back. Should I say the earliest is the day after Labor Day?
Mhm.
Yeah.
But I get the impression that that's really what will happen.
Okay, so if it's Monday after Labor Day, that's fine for me.
Well, that's why I don't know exactly, he doesn't know exactly, but that's possible.
Okay, roughly.
Or do you want me to just say, don't start it before?
Yeah, please do that, because we have township hall rentals and those kinds of things, and I want to be able to notify Kathy to maybe secure the township hall, not rent it out during that time, if possible.
Well, or so that people know that this is going on, and if they
Yeah.
don't mind, bang, bang, bang,
Mhm.
you know, it will be available. If they do mind, well, then they'll
Mhm.
choose not to come.
Yep.
Okay. Fire department, requisitions,
Okay, so the one about the training, if you'd like to address that.
Sure. I sent you a request to send one of the firefighters to a conference in Florida. It's a conference called Water on Fire. It is in Pensacola, Florida. My glasses off so I can actually read what I have. It's specific to engine company operations, so basically everything that we do on a fire ground, we provide a fire engine, hose, nozzles, appliances, all of those types of things. It's very specific to that, so it's very pertinent to what we do here in Berlin Township and the fire department. So it's really fits us well. The tuition, as I said in the letter I sent you, is complimentary. So I was at a conference in Aurora, Illinois a couple weeks ago. The class was not as it was supposed to be, so that the instructor who owns the company that's putting the class on in Florida essentially gave us the ability to register for the conference for free. So really what we're looking at here is paying for travel, housing, and meals. I think it's a great conference to send somebody. I've been to a conference that was hosted by the same company, fantastic, top-notch company. He's going to learn from the best instructors in the country, from the largest fire departments like New York to the smallest township departments like us. There's instructors in all walks of everything. So I think it's really an opportunity to send somebody to a conference that they'll be able to bring a lot of information back to the fire department and train the guys on what he's learned.
Do we use that to leverage it with some of the fire departments in the county or not?
As far as
Training?
we can share the information. I don't know
But
that
what I mean is we come back and train some more people.
Yes,
And
yeah.
get it far.
Yeah, we could, he can share it with basically whomever we choose. We can invite other departments from the area to share in that knowledge as well. And we do that. You guys will have to try today doing a class. So, we do that quickly.
Okay.
So, that would be an opportunity to help other area departments. So, I anticipate the cost will be right around $1,300. I've asked for no more than $1,500 just as a cushion for unexpected expenses. Like, I don't know what the parking at the hotel might be. It's a Hampton Inn. Sometimes they charge parking, sometimes they don't, that kind of thing. That's why I've asked for no more than $1,500 to be allocated for this. The hotel will be reserved on the township card, and then we'll reimburse Robert Meadows for his actual gas expenditures and his meal expenditures. So
total cost is?
I anticipate it being right around. I have it listed on paper here at about $1,294, but I'm asking for up to $1,500 just to cover any ancillary costs that I haven't anticipated. Like I said, with potential parking at the hotel, any extra taxes we have to pay that we can't get out of paying.
So does the 1,500 cover?
Oh yes, that'll more than cover. Yes, sir.
I think it's a great potential conference, huge proponent of professional development and training. With you, being so new, I just was kind of wondering a little bit more broader, more systematically about your general approach for training. For example, like what I wouldn't want to have happen is, do we have some policy like full-time firefighters have this amount, or I want to layer in and give these folks the opportunity this year and then these folks the opportunity next year. So not that it's needed for this one, but what would be nice to see is kind of a more comprehensive training plan.
Yes,
for your
and
folks.
we'll be working on that.
Yeah, and I know it's week one, so I'm not expecting that. But I think that these kinds of things really are important, and definitely want to support them, but want to make certain that whatever approach we take, that we're fair,
Yes.
that we're consistent, that we have a policy in place for
Sure.
what we're doing for supporting and growing the firefighters.
There will be a training plan. Not obviously week one. I haven't quite got to that one.
Well, and we
yet,
have SOPs and SSGs to get to,
Yep.
and then, just kind of
so
thinking.
I'm working on
with
those
an eye-
diligently. So
Oh, good. Just thinking with an eye towards the future.
Sure.
What kind of, funding do we want to provide for this arena more generally? What kind of structure do we want to have set up for for them to have these kind of opportunities moving forward more sustainably.
Yeah, we'll get an SOP in place for that.
So all the nights in the hotel are at the Hampton Inn?
Yes.
No other hotel?
No, sir.
And
And it's right next door to the event venue. I've like I said, I traveled there in the spring and I've taken a class there, so it's like, walk right over to,
That's
they're right next door to each other. The Hilton is where the actual event will be held.
so Jeff, taxes. It's only Ohio tax that cannot be paid by us, is that what it is?
As far as I know, I think that's correct.
I will send appropriate tax forms with him just in case we can get some of that taken off, but I don't know that that's the case, being that it's a different state. I don't know the rules on that.
I wonder if you make the reservation here in Ohio at Hampton Inn, they'll.
Right, but I'll be making it at the Hampton Inn.
Right, I get it, they're staying at Hampton Inn in Florida, but.
I can call and talk to them instead of doing the reservation online. I can physically talk to a human being, see what I can come up with as far as, hey, we're a government entity, we're tax-free, what can you help us with? And I can send them the appropriate forms and see. I will do my best to save as much money as I can.
I would use the word taxes and tax-free.
Yeah, tax, I think I said it.
Yeah, I'll get you.
Yeah, I'll see whatever taxes we can get taken off of that. I will absolutely try. So, yeah.
Do we have a motion?
Okay, so I move that we approve appropriation of $1,500 with a total anticipated cost of $1,294.28 for the purpose of a hotel at 4 nights at the lowest cost room at the Hampton Inn. Meals not to exceed $59 per day. Tips are not included in that $59. That would be on the employee. And also for fuel, actual expenses. Anything over $1,500 is at the cost of the employee. So moved.
Can I ask a question for you? How about the pay, hourly pay? Or is it really?
How are we doing on that?
So him and I hadn't really discussed that. My usual is I'll give you the time off and I don't expect to have to pay. That's kind of what I
So they're
asked for the guys.
So you're saying they're getting paid what their regular schedule?
Yeah, they'll be on training leave, and they'll be paid their normal days that they would be here without having to use their leave or anything. But I wouldn't expect them to put in for overtime after the fact. So that's kind of how
Or
I
any
am.
additional.
Because then the worst case scenario is I could put them on a 40-hour schedule and he could go on 8 to 4 Monday for that.
Well, I like your first scenario, and if that doesn't happen, then maybe we need a special meeting to resolve what it is.
Well, then that's the fool me once,
Well,
shame on me, fool me twice. Yeah.
well,
However that's saying.
but I think it should be agreed on ahead of time.
Yeah.
So he knows, we know, and everybody knows, and there's no surprises.
Yeah, that's kind of, him and I already kind of discussed that, so he's.
Is that, okay, cool.
Good, so it's your
I know this is very sudden, but the conference is at the end of the month, so it was either, kind of.
I will second that. And
So, for discussion, I want to clarify all the things that are in that motion with him so that he knows what he's getting and what he's agreeing to.
Was this, just out of curiosity, was this your idea because of your experiences down there, or is this a
So,
well-known conference that he brought forward?
It's a very well-known conference. So the instructor it's kind of convoluted, but I was at the conference in Aurora, Illinois. The instructor that was teaching me that day, there were supposed to be 2 instructors. The one was not able to make it because, like here, we were doing a change of command in his department and he could not be there to teach. So the class wasn't as expected. So Chief Isaacson, he owns a company called County Fire Tactics. He's the one putting on water on the fire in Pensacola. He's a battalion chief in Escambia County, which is where Pensacola is located. He said, because the class wasn't what you paid for, I'm going to give everybody that's here a code to get free tuition to water on the fire and there was also $200 off another conference. So down the road, I can send somebody else to another conference for $200 less than what the cost would be. So hopefully I'll be able to use that as well. But this one, obviously we're at August 12th and this is August 27th at the conferences. So we're kind of rushed by it without being, we're kind of shooting for the hip, if you will. So, but I appreciate your willingness to support this and it's fantastic. So he's going to get a great education, have a great time.
And for further clarification, to answer your question, Chief Taylor approached the employee, it wasn't the other way around.
Yes. Yeah, I approached Mr. Memphis and said, hey, would you be willing to go do this? Can you go do it? Make sure he was able to, find somebody to be able to send. I don't want to take it waste.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic conference. I went to a conference through Chief Isaacson's company called Command Officer Boot Camp this past April. And it was a week long. And it was, again, top-notch instructors, the best of the best, just talking about the hot issues in the fire service, and it was amazing. And there's firefighters from all over the country, so
That's great.
it's really a great conference.
Okay, and I would like to see it evaluated for two reasons. One would be bring back any information we can train our own folks with. But secondly, take a look at it and see if that can be spread across the county. And if we made sense, we could look at the other fire chiefs coming together and maybe running the same training here for broadband people throughout the county. And so look at it both ways and what would make sense there.
Sure.
Does that make sense? Okay. Any other discussion? Oh,
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller.
yes.
Thank you.
So that takes us to the foundation issues, and about 5 hours ago, we got a request for proposal to technical investigation report. So I would not expect the board to have seen it. In fact, I've only briefly gone through it, but Chief, can you speak to it?
I have not had a chance to go over it too much, as far as like a deep dive into it. They've identified the right line in the proposal. So, I haven't had a chance to read it, but, this is basically their request to send out, for companies to give us a cost of what it's going to be to take a look at this thing and figure out exactly what's wrong with it. So, and when I sent you the packet, I highlighted the actual line on the drawing. We found the drawings at the station, so I highlighted the actual line that was in question. So hopefully help you guys out a little bit, because it's hard to see on that drawing.
So they are, for the scope of work, indicating that there should be 2 complete soil borings of 25 feet below grade, and that shall continue through rock as necessary to achieve that depth. And that there would be 1 dynamic cone pentometer test to 15 feet below grade elevation as feasible.
And then we owe them too, right?
Yes, I do have a statement from them to submit to Mr. Jordan.
Yes, and that's the statement. We have our meeting today, and then we have, next meeting is after Labor Day. I hate for this delay for a month, waiting for the next meeting. Could you, we get through the rest of the fire department, but take a look at this and make a recommendation, come back to us in the meeting tonight, because I would like to move forward with it, if we're going to move forward with it, just because rather than wait for a month and waiting for us to get back together.
So is what I think I'm hearing you say is that we'll go through the fire department, to have chief have time to review this in depth and then make a recommendation tonight.
And before we leave the meeting tonight.
So that he doesn't have to stay all meeting long. Is it okay if he interrupts at the time that he's making a recommendation?
Well, and this is, what we're doing is we're reviewing what would become the request for proposal that we would post onto the website, right? We're not making a decision on
Well, because there's no.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
no,
essentially we're going off of it.
right,
That's what it is.
so this is,
If this isn't complete, or we got questions, then waiting and getting more information, that's perfectly fine.
well,
But I just hate to wait for a month.
my concern with this, just cursory review, is that, we definitely should mobilize putting this through Tony and have him review this RFP. Because it took, I still haven't gotten the RFP that we started last year for the online payment services.
That's why.
We can ask. I'm not sure that I can tell you the specifications as to why. I will say there was a change in the fiscal officer guard, and maybe there was some miscommunication between those two.
Yeah.
Well, now we have Jerry on that, so hopefully we'll make some progress, but just looking at this, I can already see some things that Tony will maybe want to have explicated.
I think that would be a good.
And so if we're gonna do anything, if we're gonna move forward, we should probably be something to the effect of having him work directly with the prosecutor's office in the next month to ensure that the RFP is ready to go up.
So,
Legally, I
Okay.
think that would be a.
okay, so here's what I think I'm hearing. But we still want you to review it to see if you're okay with it. And if you're okay with it, then we'll authorize you to go through the prosecutor to get it done and facilitate its speed. Because I think there may not be major safety issues here, but you need to do something to make Tony not put it off a year.
I will do my best. I'm not sure my influence with Tony is quite there yet, but I'll do my best. Maybe if I meet with him, he'll see how big I am. I'll scare him or something.
You won't care.
I don't know.
Like the thing that I think, just out of the gate, that I think he'll take exception to is that some of these things are, like, there needs to be a lot more language in this that will protect and preserve our township if we intervene.
Well, okay, so here's, okay, Judy.
Yes.
So here's how I would approach it when you talk to the assistant prosecutor, is to say, what do we need to do in order to, this is with the assumption that you are okay with this RFP. What do we need to do to make this RFP so? Not, is this okay or is that okay? Just tell them, make it so that we can approve it and get it done. What does it need? Not,
Done and posted to the web, go.
And I'm sure he's familiar with what you guys have required in the past for these things.
and he actually, I think, is pretty good with contracts and things like that.
Yeah.
And he understands it, and, okay, but what he'll do is, well, what do you want, no, we want this, make it so that it's workable, and if it's reasonable, the board will accept it. If it's not reasonable, right. But he doesn't really write unreasonable things, he just questions everything, and I don't want a lot of questions, I just want it done.
It'll be a good way to get to know him, so.
He's very thorough,
Yeah.
so you're right on that, he's very thorough.
So when he does something, I'm never really opposed to it. It's just getting to the point where we can take action on it is where I have some concern.
More than willing to authorize one of the trustees to work with them on it, what makes sense and all that. But I'm not saying we gotta do this, what I'm saying is, we're here, I don't wanna wait a month to figure out that we gotta do something else.
Yeah, exactly.
And I would like to keep the process going because we got part of the fire station we can't use. So that's all I'm saying.
Makes total sense.
I'm not trying to short circuit, not trying to. say this is the-
You're actually trying to get it done, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll look it over tonight.
Let's get through the rest of the.
I don't know much about geothermal technical investigation, but I'll give it my once over.
If you could do that,
Yeah,
and get back to us later in the meeting, we'll
absolutely.
interrupt what we're doing, except for the hearing, and then we'll work from there. Okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, the next item, is.
And really, we have a time certain for the hearing on the structural engineer. We need to call him at this point in time.
do.
I think that was carryover from last meeting.
So
So
it
we
needed,
can remove
so,
that.
so it needed to be on tonight's agenda, but not the town service.
Yeah, if I have questions about this, I can go on the warrant.
If you need to call us,
Downstream.
we've got at the last meeting, we set it up that we can call at 6 o'clock if we needed to talk with it. And if we need to do that, we've got that.
Yeah, when I get to review it.
So we can make sure you have phone, make sure you get to it, and all that sort of stuff. Okay,
Okay.
let's get through the fire department thing and then we'll go with that.
So the next item is cell phone, for fire chief, and I apologize, when I looked today, I realized, it wasn't sent to all of you. So I just sent it. The portion that I'm not particularly inclined to is the reimbursement, because reimbursement turns into a mess. Because all of a sudden, their personal phone really becomes a township phone, and I don't think we want to go there. I think if we supply a phone, we supply a phone.
Do you have a motion?
No.
Um,
And I wanted it to dovetail in with the rest of the township. So I don't think I think this really is more inclined towards just the fire chief. I don't really,
well, it specifies the other positions too.
but
Just a little backstory on that, I plucked that off of, I don't do a lot of, when I write policies and write stuff like that, I don't do a lot of original work. I do a lot of, you're gonna hate this word, I do a lot of plagiarizing. Why reinvent the wheel, right? So I plucked that off of, the township up in northern Ohio. It's already been, it was actually a resolution, and I just kind of removed the whereases and what fors and all of those types of things.
Yeah,
And turned it into a policy, so it's something that's already been vetted and passed through a different township, obviously, but,
so what I,
just say that.
having been a teacher, I have always said, you don't need to reinvent things, and if somebody's got a good lesson plan. But what I would do in the future is cite, the,
Township.
the documents, so that it gives them credit, and, you know, we know, okay.
Yeah, it was out there on the old interweb, so.
And I have absolutely no problem with that, I just.
And like I changed a few things, I can get rid of the wherefores and what thous and all that kind of junk.
So even
Yeah,
if
we
it's,
have
even
some-
if it's not verbatim, I still like to give credit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Um,
That's a teacher. I should know better, I'm a bachelor student, so.
so this would be the same kind of thing. I agree with you about the reimbursement. I think if we could just figure out a way to manage it from within the township and then pay for it directly, right? That's what you're saying? Because then the data is also ours,
Yes.
and that's the
Wow.
important part.
Exactly. Yeah, it's our phone, it's our,
Our data is our payment plan. We're the ones that have to call in when things go wrong, and, you know, I mean, trying to get access for a phone that's in another person's name is not the right way to go about that. So that modification, probably just a few cleanup items. I can actually probably send the edits that I would want to see here. You know, make it a little bit more formal. It shall be the trustees' discretion, board of trustees' discretion, that kind of thing. And then send it through, or Dave, either one.
yeah, I could be okay with that one. But I want to make sure that it's okay with Rose too, because I think Rose.
No, we don't have one for roads yet. We did buy one or purchase one for cemetery system. And the reason we all talked about all that sort of thing. So it makes perfect sense, and to me, it makes perfect sense for there to be a fire call.
Well, how is the sexton, are we paying for that directly already?
We're paying for it directly. He's got his own phone for his own personal stuff. He doesn't use it for personal business.
So we already have an account, so probably adding lines to the same account would be pretty straightforward.
And we should have all this.
Yeah.
We're probably the same one, we have iPads.
Family plan.
Yeah, I'm sure we have.
Verizon.
Haven't seen that bill yet. You again, this date, or day 6.
I called, got the phone set up, and then we, paid for it with, normal bill.
And then is it all in the fiscal officer's name?
Do you know what service you're using?
Verizon, you said?
Yeah, they probably have an account representative for us. So usually typically most
Yeah.
commercial accounts have a representative. All we'd have to do is call them and say, hey,
So Verizon used to be the best, but I'm not so sure that T-Mobile might have been better, but I don't know. For a multitude of phones that are cell phones.
Verizon works throughout the township.
That's what I was gonna say.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Verizon works throughout the entire township, T-Mobile doesn't necessarily.
And I look at my phone as a tool, just like the radios and stuff that they use. The phone, they cannot use when they're driving a truck. Okay, if you're driving a truck, you can't use a phone, but you can use radio to be able to communicate, but not a phone.
Well, the law's the law, and that's the way it is.
It's talking the law, doesn't have to make sense.
Okay, so as far as action items, again, we may not want to hold up this, but maybe we could authorize somebody to aggregate any feedback from individuals in the next couple of days, take it forward to legal. Once legal is okay with it, move forward with the additional phone.
So I really think roads really needs it, and perhaps how many?
Right now it says road superintendent and or assistant.
So is that what it should be?
We can get to a roads phone, just that they're not as interested in it, because it needs carry out 2 phones. And that's a little bit of a problem.
well, and that's why the reimbursement thing was in there, I believe, is so they didn't have to.
I mean, I understand.
Right, and that's fine. If that's their choice, that's their choice. If they don't want to take the phone, they don't have to.
Right.
You know, I mean, we offer it. If they don't take it, if you said, hey, I have a cell phone for you and I don't want it, then that's on me.
Right.
Well, and see, that is what I was trying to communicate the last time, because I don't want to force somebody to take a phone, but if they're going to have a township phone, I think it needs to be a township phone.
Right.
I agree with that.
And for fire, just one, or?
So I have it for chief and assistant chief. I don't know if we want to do that when and where, if the time comes that we have a full-time assistant chief and not necessarily a part-time assistant chief. That will be up to you guys. That's the way I worded it in the, that way, no matter who they call, they're gonna get a hold of one or both of us. So, and then there isn't any of that, if I'm out of town, I gotta give the phone to him, and what if he's not here, and all that kind of stuff. It's just easier that I have the fire chief phone, he has the assistant chief's phone, and that will be that. So that's the way I
I
would
agree
prefer
with
it.
that too.
I don't have a problem with it.
And my view of the world is the phone is the fire chief's phone. And whoever is the fire chief is the one that should have that phone. That's the phone they call.
Well, but what if the assistant chief is acting as chief when chief is out of town? The whole,
And the assistant chief should be the one that gets the phone call.
well, he should get the phone call, but the question is of the physical phone. Chief shouldn't have to give the phone over to the assistant chief before it leaves. They should have separate lines to be able to.
But there is a way to, from your phone, I don't know how to do it, but from your phone, forward it to the assistant chief number, if you're out of town.
Yeah, like you
Yes.
can call forward, yeah. But still, that would require 2 phones.
Right, I'm just saying there's a way of
So that the same number is called to get to the chief.
who is acting.
Yes.
Otherwise, if you don't have that forwarding and doing that, you gotta try this one, well, he didn't answer, well, let's try that one. Maybe he'll answer, and it's.
So do you have a problem with that?
Call.
No, not at all. I mean, that's,
Well, we could.
That's pretty standard, then I can, if I'm going on vacation, I can forward the phone to, you know, the assistant chief and leave it set on my nightstand at home and I don't have to take it with me.
There you go.
So that's not a problem. And honestly, you know, I had it when I was at Riverside, not to talk about other places, but I had a city phone as well. I didn't take it on vacation with me. I just put a message on there that I'm out of town. If you need something, call the station and ask for the either on duty battalion chief or the fire chief.
But this way, you wouldn't have to do that, you could just
Or just forward the phone right to, yeah. And he can do the same with me.
forward call.
Yeah.
Right,
If he's going out of town,
right.
then he could do it with me and I would answer his calls. So yeah, not a problem.
Also, phone's about $60 a month, it's not that much.
And I'm not looking at anything fancy. I'll take whatever free phone they have. As long as it's an iPhone, I'm an iPhone person, so I don't know how to work those other ones. But whatever, they usually have a free iPhone. It's an older one, which is fine. I don't need the newest, latest, greatest thing. As long as it rings, I can send text messages and get emails. That's the important things.
So this document we need cleaned up to reflect our changes. With the removal of the reimbursement, everything that we discussed in terms of who would get a phone is included in this because it would be at board's discretion. Anyway. But I do like the idea of full-time employees being those that are eligible. So the assistant chief, but I'm okay if he has a phone in part-time capacity too, if he's filling in for chief. It's more of a principle to me. If somebody's that important, why aren't they working full-time for us, you know? They're that important to get a hold of and invest in, then why are they not a full-time employee with us?
So at some point in time, you'll want to address,
I think that time's coming up. So, I believe. Within a month or so. We'll need to address that, whether he's gonna stay on as a full-time employee or do something different. So,
Well, then we can address the cell phone issue, kick that can down the road a little bit. The policy itself, make revisions, get that mobilized over the next month.
so if you make the revisions that you think, then I can take it to prosecutors, is that what you want?
You or Chief Taylor, either one. I definitely want to make revisions to it, and I can do that in the next couple of days.
Why don't you send it to me, because I can look at it too.
Okay.
And then if I make revisions from what, send it to the three of us, if I'm making revisions, I'll send it to all three of you as well.
Well, we
Well, that
can't go
becomes-
back,
yeah.
we can't do that, we can't go back and forth, but we can go one way. I can send it to you, I trust whatever you're gonna do, you do whatever you're gonna
So
do.
if I don't like it, I'll bring it back to you.
Yeah, and if you,
And if you don't like it, put it on the agenda, and then I won't do it.
well, don't say so.
Well, no, just put it on the agenda,
Just put
and
it
then
on the
I
agenda.
know, then I better wait.
Sure. I mean, I was in the meetings, so.
Well, we wouldn't necessarily, you would just review the document. It's not gonna necessarily be on the agenda if everyone's okay with it again. But we cannot go back and forth on
No.
the feedback of
I
it.
agree. Okay,
Good.
collective bargaining.
the update I have is it is in the hands of the union at this time.
I thought it was signed.
I have not seen the union president to figure out where it's at. But what I know is it's in the hands of the union. That's,
Well, so was it in the hands of the attorney before, now it's in the hands of the union?
yes,
Okay,
that's my understanding. So what they're doing with it, I don't know.
okay.
They're not saying no to what they've TA'd, but they're moving slow.
Okay,
That's their prerogative.
Yeah. Well, it's just that we can't move forward on some.
I know, and I'd like to get them paid, because, there's going to be essentially a year and 2 months of back pay. Now, it's not called that, but that's what it is, for the raise. So just expect a big bill when it happens, but I would think the employees would be wanting that raise. But that's their call as to what they want to do.
Right.
So if they sign it, I think we have to take action within 14 days from the time they give it to you. Is that right?
I would have to read that.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think we might have to have a special meeting.
That's fine. Yeah.
Because I think we have either 10 days or 14 days, and
I
maybe
think
10
you said
business
10.
You
days.
said,
Yeah, it's at 10.
So I think it's 10 business days.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know whether they'll give it to me, whether they will forward it to you, or I don't know how they're gonna.
But, okay, so that's fun, but whoever gets it, it needs to go to all of us. So whether you get it or you get it, just send it to, and you can always pretty much send your items to trustees at Berlin TWP, so that goes to all four of us. And you don't even have to worry about who you left off by mistake or anything like that.
But
I found that one the other day,
Yeah.
but when you do see the union president,
tomorrow morning.
if you see him, be sure to just ask about it.
Yeah, I will.
And ask for a timeline, because, and you might, because the fiscal officer is going to be very interested in that, because fiscal officer is the one that's going to get hit with this.
Right.
Not back pay, but back pay.
Oh, yeah.
But it's going to be a nightmare to pay.
Yeah.
If it was done in May, when it was anticipated, it would not have been because of the way it was structured. But now, I don't know how it's going to be structured.
Yeah, we got 3 or 4 months to do it.
So, yeah, thank you.
Him and I'll probably work together on it. But yes, I will. As soon as I have any information, I will forward it to you tomorrow.
So we've talked about the attendance on the fire conference.
Yes.
But if I may digress, was there another requisition, or was that all?
So I have the requisition for for Target Solutions for our CrewSense scheduling software.
Yes.
It's just a renewal of the same contract we've had for a year. It's exactly the same contract that's been approved before, just a renewal for a year. And I'm recommending that we approve that. The reason is I do want to change our scheduling software, but it's a little quick to evaluate software and have something in place and everybody trained on it. So this gives me a year to, what my goal would be, and what Chief Mosher and I have talked about, would be moving to a global software where we're doing everything in one place.
Mhm.
So fire reports, training, inspections, all the things that we do on a daily basis would all be done inside of one program. Right now, we're using, I think, 3 or 4. Including the HR Butler for payroll, which would not still go away, but that's not a big deal. So redoing this for another year at its cost is an easy way to buy us a year to implement that module of a potential program that we would come up with over the next, say, 6 months.
So a difficulty is that they will not renew for less than a year. We may not need them for an entire year, because if we go to a global software solution, there's something that's going to be for a part of the year that's not used.
Well, yeah, I mean, based on the fact we haven't even started the process of vetting, though.
Well, I was going to say,
But that process starts Thursday, so.
I addressed that with Chief too, because he was talking about the beginning of the year, and I said, that's a dream. Because of a variety of issues, and
Yeah.
I do understand the prosecutor's office problems with software because it contradicts state law. And so they have a very hard time saying it's okay
Mhm.
when the software company says it will not happen if you do not approve this.
Mhm.
It becomes a very difficult process to get that. and to get that done by January 1.
Right.
I'm hopeful.
I like the optimism. I think that's fantastic. And I
Really,
fully agree with you on the global solution. I mean, that's what it doesn't have fire, I don't think, but we did that transition for zoning to iWork software. And we started with zoning permits, and now we're going to be able to add violations and then just kind of building up. And so even if you find a product that can fit those 3-4 needs, even if you only can get, phase 1 and 2 set up in the next year.
Well, and that's the idea. Now we have a year.
Yeah. And
So if we buy a product that has 9 different modules,
Yeah.
scheduling can be pushed off
Focus.
until
Mhm.
later next summer,
Mhm.
and then we can roll that one out.
Yeah.
Get everybody trained on it, while these other ones have already been rolled out. So
Yeah.
that's kind of the goal is,
That's right.
have as much time as possible to roll these different
And get the
modules.
training up and change management.
Because that's where the disconnect is with a lot of these softwares,
Yes.
especially for us, is the training aspect of it.
Yeah.
And, we rolled out new software at my former department, and I got about that much training. And we
Yeah.
were expected to know it and use it, and it was very difficult. And I'm familiar with iWorks, we use it over there as well. So
Did they use it for fire?
no, they use it for
Oh.
zoning and
Yeah.
permitting and all that.
Oh, yeah.
The city used it for.
And we're able, the more you know, the more you can kind of customize, really get in there and make it. So the thing that I would want to look for is like those different systems, what are your needs? And then how do you feel like those, 2-3 different products best meet your needs?
And really,
And then you make-
it's like everything else in the world. I mean, everything's getting kind of bunched into 1 or 2 different
Yeah.
products. So there's not we're not going to be reviewing 10 or 15 different products. There's only really 3 or 4
Mhm.
out there that are going to do what we need it to do.
Yeah.
Because the bigger companies keep gobbling up the small
Yeah.
companies. So
Yeah.
it's like hospitals.
Yeah. It's like that, very much.
Yeah, but I would recommend approval of this. That way we can continue with the crew sets for our schedule.
Okay. I've got collective bargaining.
Oh, wait, no, we were talking about the requisition.
may I see that requisition also?
I move that we approve appropriation of $3,924, with the expected cost of $3,270 to Trans-Target Solutions LLC, doing business as Vector Solutions, for the purpose of software.
Second.
Discussion. Call roll, please.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
And that is requisition 2024-22. Thank you. Is
Okay.
there any other requisitions?
No, that was the only other requisition we had.
I'm sorry, trustee Rail, you seconded that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Do
so
you need a
then,
copy? Do you need a copy of
I've
that?
got,
You got a copy?
I've got, he copied me an email, so I have all those, documents.
so the next item is the Halon system. So the,
Next item really is firefighter Meadows, but I believe we covered that.
Right, we did, yes. Thank you.
Okay. Halon system.
so the Halon system is outdated, is over our records area. But, and Chief and I talked about this and the possibility of a water sprinkler instead, because that's now no longer legal. However, it was brought to my attention by Jesse that we may want to look at other alternatives, perhaps, because we have a water sprinkler over our IT. And he said that's maybe not the best solution. I mean, for not only if a fire happens, but if it just starts to leak.
Right.
So,
I think the way it works is if the fire would destroy it, that's one way, and the sprinkler system can destroy it too.
yeah.
So if you get a fire, you lose it either way.
Right. Well, and the other problem is if the sprinkler just malfunctions and starts spraying it, then we lose that.
Either way, it's lost.
So is there a system that is non-water?
So what I will do, and my suggestion to you guys tonight is going to be, we'll get a hold of Capital. I talked to Town Hall this morning about this. we'll get a hold of capital, we'll have them come in, we'll have them evaluate the system that's here and find out what it would cost, A, to remove that system because it is no longer valid. Either replace it, and then we can do whatever other work that needs to be done, and then I'll have them create a proposal for that with drawings and all the things that we
That'd be
need.
fantastic.
Yeah, for them to do it.
And-
It's not what we do.
And for this.
Yes.
Now, where our IT is at the fire station, I don't recall, is that water sprinkler?
I don't know the answer to that question.
So if you could,
Seen the room, but you know,
so if you could review that, because there's gonna be more expensive.
and there are systems that are obviously less damaging than water that they could put in, and what the cost of that is, I have no idea.
Well, and see, that's what we need to know.
Yeah, and, well, we obviously need to know the cost, but you know, we need to do the right system, like a carbon dioxide or something like that, where, you know, typically what there is in these types of rooms, there'll be an alarm that'll go off. It'll give you X amount of time to evacuate, and then it will lock the room down and set the system off. So those are like a delayed system reaction. So because what they're doing is removing the oxygen from the room, so the fire can't survive, but neither can a human being, so, or any other living thing.
But
So
these two.
you don't want to be in there when that happens.
Well, these two rooms and the fire station room are all tiny rooms, so it would take very limited time to evacuate,
Right.
assuming somebody's.
Yeah, so I'll have the town hall get a hold of capital, and we'll talk to them and have them come out and evaluate everything that we need, and, you know, we'll discuss that. If I need to get you involved with that, just to be on that, make sure we've got everything, all our I's dotted and T's crossed. I'll let you know when that meeting is, and we can make sure we've got everything we need here and down at the fire station, and we'll have them come up with the cost of putting the system in, and we'll take care of both those areas.
So, Jeff, that room is really your room, but the documents, the township's documents, but I don't know how many of those have been scanned and are just duplicative, or is all of that original stuff?
Are we talking about that closet?
Yes.
So, most of it is zoning.
But I mean, all of our minutes forever and
Yeah.
and things like that, and so I don't know if those have been scanned or not.
If they are, I am unaware of it. I am unaware of anything that's been scanned.
There's nothing in that room that's been scanned.
I think it should be.
Well, yeah, but we're working on it. I mean, we've been,
21st century,
we
yeah.
got the system, and one of the challenges actually is that, you know, historically, because there's the meeting minutes that is not confidential information, but my understanding is that there is some confidential township fiscal officer.
Oh, sure, but like
Information.
people's social security numbers.
So I've
things like
asked Jeff to remove those documents from that room because we need to have a key and access to that room to be able to start scanning.
that. Understood.
I also have,
Agreed, but there is sensitive.
and yeah, and I don't want the employees to be able to access that, but the zoning inspector should have access to all the zoning files. It's already happened where the only other person with the key wasn't there, and we were delayed for 5 days getting into that room.
I totally agree.
So, but then we also have, iWork has another module that for a small fee, you can have added, which I do have for us tonight to potentially consider if we want to take that route. But we basically have the capacity now, have things set up that we could really start cranking on scanning a lot of these documents. And county uses a company that does actually do scanning, and who they use is, they said it's cheaper to do that than to hire somebody to scan the documents
So,
going forward.
so that makes a lot of sense to me, because once you scan them, you don't have all that reserve that needs to be scanned. You just have all the new documents that need to be scanned.
That's right.
And a lot of what we get is electronic to start with, so they don't get scanned. So that second
Wait,
scenario makes sense to me.
yeah, but we have a mountain of papers to overcome before then. And
Regardless, we need to start sometime.
we already are, like, all of our permits going back to 2022 now are scanned. And then now the paper is just sitting there because our retention policy is that we have to keep a paper file. So we'll revise our retention policy to say whatever we can say to preserve it electronically from whatever, 3 years back or 5 years back.
And I don't know why Tony asked me about our retention schedule, but he did. And I said, it's very thorough, it's very specific. I said, the problem is that it's too varied. And so it's hard to get rid of items because you have to look up everything. Well, is this item a 1 year, a 3 year, 5 year, and sometimes it might be more than one category. And I said, I just want it to be workable.
Yeah.
So that we know when this document should go away.
Well, and kudos to the township specialist, Jenna, she actually looked it up, and I don't know if maybe this is where it came from, if somebody had asked Tony about it. I know she didn't, but, I mean, it's very clear, our ORC allows you to store the files electronically too.
And
So-
once we have it, and it's got a backup somewhere
Yeah.
else, so they're not close, you know, so if an EMP goes off, it's like at the county, it's like 5 states away. There's one here in Delaware County, but 5 states away it's stored so that if something, an EMP happened here, it wouldn't go away.
Doesn't Kathy Ripple have a key to that door?
She was the one that was out for that week, and so we had no
Oh.
access. So somebody came in and they needed in that room a basic zoning file, unable to return the resident or do any of the work for 5 days because she was out from that Tuesday all the way to that following Monday.
He said that we did.
Yes, you have one as well, but we need a zoning inspector to have one, which means that we need to get like the sensitive information out of there so that. so that-
Regardless, I think even if Kathy's there, the sensitive information should be gone. It should be either that or the zoning, the other documents need to be, but somehow they have to have access.
Right. Yeah.
And there has to be a security, confidential information.
Correct. And they've been wedded together for many years and now they need to separate, and that's why.
You know, we're,
And I know it's not, I just sent that email recently, so it's not like, it's a rush, but sooner that you can get to it and just kind of get those things out and into your office, the more we'll be able to kind of start mobilizing the scanning and stuff like that.
Different view of the thing, there's a couple other little things that need to be considered. One is, the water line we have is a small water line, it's a household kind of water line. So I don't know that you can run a sprinkler system on that.
Certain types of sprinkler systems you can, and it may be dependent on what type of sprinkler system we need here, or what system we're gonna put in.
So there may need to be some provisions made for the size water line that we got. So that's-
Yeah, we'll let capital figure all that out, they're the experts.
That's one thing. Second thing is, I don't believe there's a fire alarm in anywhere. So we're relying upon people driving up and down the road to tell us if there's a fire. So the fire can be going pretty good before it would actually show up.
We need a fire alarm too.
I would highly recommend a
There's a
detection.
No, I said we need that too.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely, highly recommend a detection suppression system.
It's my understanding that all the other items outside of the Halon system have been resolved with the exception of one, which is the cleaning supplies and that next to the kitchen. And to resolve that, Jesse had recommended getting a little like cabinet right next to the sink here that, goes a little bit higher.
Are you okay with that?
And I'm perfectly fine with that.
I've got that on some late item, but we just need to talk about it a little bit and make sure, and then we'll come back to the price point.
Yeah, that's perfect. And then as far as
As long as you guys are with it, I'm okay.
and as far as I'm concerned,
It's no big deal.
my understanding is that we'll resolve all the violations till
I will let Lieutenant Hall know, and
Lieutenant Hall finds more next time he
he can come do the re-inspections.
comes.
Obviously, the Halon, the system will be an ongoing project, but
Yes.
if we're working on it, there's not gonna be any issues.
Yeah.
And except for the new one, which is the broken window on the fire extinguisher here, but we got to work on plan to fix that. So
Yeah,
we'll get that done.
Okay.
that's the second time that glass is broken on the
We're gonna
Because
replace it
of
with
the
plastic,
chairs.
and right?
There you go,
With what?
plastic.
Plastic. Just the doors, not
That's what the renter said. That's what the renter said.
Okay,
Plastic renter.
so I believe that covers the other two items. Does that cover everything?
Well, did you want to talk any more about the fire inspection? I think Jesse.
That one was kind of a surprise item on the agenda to me. I have the copy of the inspection. I'm not sure I can speak super intelligently, but if they've all been taken care of, then.
When the cabinet's there, I think that takes care of the rest.
Yep.
Doesn't it?
And the handling system.
We know the solution to it, it's just a matter of.
Yeah.
So I think we should take action, whatever is necessary to get that item there, and working on the handling system. So good.
Which he'll be.
We don't have a price on the cabinet.
No, but we should just authorize, I think, money.
I believe I can spend up to $200 to buy a cabinet, which is great. So, as long as we're okay with it.
Yeah,
I'm okay with
Okay.
authorizing up to $1,000 because you might want a good cabinet, which you might want.
we don't need it, it's not a big one, so it'd be a small one. 500, 700.
We'll get one with the material.
I just know, okay, so it's one that you don't have to worry about fire because some materials in there can explode if it, I don't know.
It'll be a metal cabinet, not a fireproof cabinet. We can do a fireproof cabinet,
No,
like we got out there, but that's $1,000.
no, because the material doesn't need to be preserved like that.
Understood.
Yeah. So we got a plan to get that resolved.
Okay, good.
Okay.
The most protected room in the state.
Now, Chief, we'll let you look at the quote and then we'll go from there.
Already reading.
Okay,
Thank you.
we'll continue on, which is, 25 mile per hour road signs are installed in Cheshire. Just wanted to let you know that, so I believe that completes that item.
Can that come off the agenda?
Pardon?
That would come off the agenda?
Yeah, it comes off the agenda.
You hear that?
I did, thank you.
Quiet road commercial. That's the question about I don't know if that comes off yet or not.
No, that stays on. My understanding is that the property owner is working with our council to find a viable solution.
So they're really trying.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Excellent. I don't mind waiting if they're trying. I'm okay.
That's my understanding.
Okay. Next one is, requisitions. There's a couple, 3 of those. First one is a requisition number, doesn't have a, for Myers Landscape for $2,696 to remove the mulch and replace it with rock similar to what we put around the fire station for the township hall and the flagpole. I'd like to make a motion that we appropriate or approve $3,696.01 to Myers Green Services, Little Center, Ohio, and the expected price would be 20% less than that. So moved.
Second.
Point for discussion, this is the same exact river rock that is used at the fire station.
That's what we were told.
Okay.
And in fact,
It's 1 to 2 decorative stone, it's the Ohio rock.
Yeah, that's what yeah. We've already exhausted the rock discussion, so we don't need to go back.
Okay.
well, my understanding is that, there is some leftover from the fire station we brought here.
Oh, okay. And this company will do that?
And, I in fact asked Josie about it because I want that gone out of there because, me, I like grip on the road in the winter time. And so he's gotta have a place to put the grip.
Mhm.
So I want that river rock gone.
Regardless, yeah. I think it's a good solution. And then I just need to spray the weeds that come up between the rocks and I have.
Actually, they put a cloth underneath it. And
Oh, yeah.
Shouldn't be, weeds.
Very happy with that solution.
So we should even have to spray. But
Yeah.
That's the theory, and we'll put it.
Yeah,
And
Good.
in my opinion, all along, as long as it looks nice, I don't really care what's out there.
I just
I do
want it
care.
to look clean.
Clean and professional,
Yeah,
that's mine.
yeah. And then that with the siding will look really good.
Okay. Any other discussion?
No.
Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
And then we have another requisition for Myers Green Services, Little Center, Ohio, to remove the mulch and replace it with river rock and scattering garden at the cemetery. So we're thinking that that's probably the better solution, and thinking that that's the right thing to do. So remove the river rock, or remove the mulch.
Oh, okay,
Then just
yeah,
scatter.
sorry, I thought you said remove the rock, my apologies.
Remove the rocks, remove the mulch and replace
Yes,
the rocks.
yes,
Right here.
okay,
So with that, I'll make a motion that we appropriate $2,127.34 for Myers Green Services for the purpose of removing mulch and weeding and pruning the existing bed and the scattering garden. So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Call roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
yes.
Ford.
Yes. Okay, that takes care of those. That's all I got. And the next item is evergreen fence removal repair. The fence over there is falling down. Do you want to repair it or do you want to just remove it? What's the desire of the board?
I would personally I like that separation of the fence, I like the idea of that, and even, adding those trees and having it, I think it breaks up the landscape, but I understand that there's, if there's something we can do to make it less onerous of a work situation.
Well, if we take all the posts out and fence rails and replace it with new ones, it'll be less work for 20 years or so. And then it's gonna.
I'm fine with that.
Be done in 20 years.
So if it looks like what is there, I'm okay with that, but I'm not okay with the wire fence that was discussed earlier.
Okay, something
Yeah.
like the crossbar that's over across the road, or the split rail fence.
Yeah, that's fine.
Either one of those.
Either of those is fine, what I don't want is the metal fence, because I just didn't like the prison look.
I agree.
Okay. We will proceed with getting something in place, see how expensive it is. If it's not too expensive, just go ahead and do it. If it is expensive enough, we'll be back to the requisition.
The split rail might be the cheapest, but it doesn't matter. There is a good fencing company too that I can give to Jesse that does a really, really good job and is very, very reasonably priced.
Okay. Could you get that information to Jessica?
Yeah.
Okay. Appreciate that. Next item is fuel tank, moved to the fire department. We're getting closer to actually moving it. We've got to put that down, we're going to go ahead and do it. It involves several vendors like Money Excavating and the electrical people and these, things like that. None of which are very expensive, but aggregate is probably $4,000 or $5,000 and everything. Plus,
So the thing that I would like to look at is, since its location near the fire department, looking at adding a gas pump as well.
okay, we can investigate that. That would be an addition of another project. No problem doing it.
But what I don't want to do is redo what we do this time, so I would want the fence to accommodate it.
in such a way, because the fire department has expressed an interest in having gas
Yeah.
pumped.
Would-
And Jessica talked about having as much as 200 gallons of fuel at peak times a year if they get another vehicle that utilizes gas.
of the gas line. You're right, and it makes sense to do that. The other thing that may make sense is making the diesel fuel tank larger, or put another tank in there or something like that. That's down the road. What we want to do is get that tank moved down there because we got a 30-day.
I don't have,
That we need to get that.
I don't have a problem with that, but I just,
We'll include a second tank and we'll include the rest, but we'll come back with a proposal with that, because that'll be more money.
right, I just don't want to redo what we do here
We're not,
to accommodate what we're planning on doing in the future.
we should be fine.
Okay.
We'll take that into account as we can. But we'll go ahead and get that moved, and I believe I can cover all of the necessary expenses. It should be less than $2,000 for the several different vendors that's involved. We gotta get the deed, and the pump tank. It's good because of the pump tank, and then they get rid of all the water, clean fuel, and pull back in. And then, Bobby will pick up the tank, put it down there, disconnect it here, cut it back up down. So I think we can move forward with it, but, since we don't have a particular vendor, we just want to make sure that the board is in agreement, that's the right.
Well, right, but we could approve appropriation of $5,000 for it on a blanket. And then,
Okay, so it works, that would probably be the best.
okay, so I move that we approve appropriation of $5,000 for removing the fuel tank and preparation for a gas tank at the location corner of Blackwell Estate and Cheshire Road.
Fire station.
Is it going to be right next to the fire station?
No, there's a place out there, it's where the smoking used to be.
I'll just,
It's out by where the gravel laid out there, so it's away from the fire station. And I'll manage the,
yes, and name, this is part of the motion as well, Jeff, and name trustee board as the point person who can authorize the expenditures.
and I will
Those expenditures.
second that. Question? Please call the roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay, that takes care of that.
Mr. Chair.
And then the problem with the most interesting one of all is there's a hornet's nest in Bay Harbor on the tree along the street, and they want it removed. And nobody's volunteering to do it. What do we want to do? Do we want to start taking over hornets in the trees, or do we want to hire insect people to try to do something like that? What's the?
Is it, where is this hornet nest?
Where?
Is it located on Township?
I believe it's in the trees between the sidewalk and the road. If it's not between the sidewalk and the road, then it's not our problem at all.
Yeah,
It's the residents' problem.
right.
And really, it's kind of the residents' problem because it's their tree, and that we.
Because here's the thing, if we get it treated and then the tree gets damaged, now are we on the hook for the tree damage as well, right?
Well, yeah, and there's that part of the problem, and then we've got to get somebody to come and do the work, get it done, and that sort of thing. Hornets are like squirrels and everything else, they come around and get them. And hornets are not fun to mess with. We, especially this time of year, because we're very active. It's not a
Have we ever addressed a hornet's problem in the road right of way?
We were getting close, but no, we have not. At least not in the last 7 or 8 years.
Do you have any recollection of us ever?
Oh, no, I have no recollection of this ever. My solution would always be go to the prosecutor's office and see.
It sounds to me like it's if it's in the road right away, we may take care of it, not we shall have to take care of it.
Well, it strikes me as odd that the trees in my front yard and I'm being bothered by hornets, that I wouldn't just take care of it. You know, that I would contact the township to take care of it, or the county to take care of it, or any.
And so it's not affecting the road
Road.
traffic, and so
Right.
I don't think it's really something that we should necessarily take care of it. But if you're asking about the damage to the tree, we're allowed to shake off a tree, you know, right away if we choose to.
Sure.
So if we damage it, I'm not worried about that. But it's the precedence of taking care of something that doesn't really affect the road that I'm.
Well, my main thing was to try to do something nice, easy, quick, solve a problem, and then it becomes a snowball effect, right? And then it's, well, now you've damaged my tree,
Well, I'm not
we should
worried about
preserve that.
But if it is, oh, you knocked it down and my kid got hurt because you were messing with it. Now that,
For sure, sure.
that one I'm not worried about.
And you don't want a kid going to the school bus walking on a tree, shaking the tree, seeing if there's anybody home.
From a liability
No.
perspective, you just cut down the tree.
More like, well, we can't cut it down if the tree itself is not in the road right away.
I think the tree is in the road right away.
That's what you're saying.
So the whole tree.
If the tree's not in the road right away, it's definitely not our problem. We won't do it.
The bigger concern I would have on the school bus is not a kid shaking the tree, but actually taking a rock, you know, big, a kid.
Lots of ways to do it.
Can we find out if it's in the road right away first?
Sure, I can do that. That delays it for a month.
Well, I
So
mean,
some we get together in a month.
I don't wanna make a decision on assumptions, we have to have facts to make decisions, so. And then if it's not a problem in a month, it's not a problem in a month.
Well, if we just state that the tree's in the right of way, yeah, we'll do whatever we gotta do, but if it's not our right of way, it's like a deer that gets hit and dies in the road, in the yard, it's the homeowner's problem then.
And I deal with that all the time where I live. It's not deer, but it's raccoons and possums.
And the horse,
She's
there,
right.
it's theirs. You guys volunteer?
No, I mean, they sell rain at the store every day. I'll gladly stop by and grab a can of rain and hand it to them. They can take care of the hornet's nest. I mean, that's really what it boils down to. But anyway, I've reviewed this proposal. I have one issue.
Let me finish this one a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought we were done.
We'll get there.
I don't know what more we have to discuss.
Okay.
Do you wanna know if I would like us to take care of the problem if it's in the road right away? Is that what you'd like?
Just wondering if it's, or do we just say, hey, it's part of nature of rural living?
Well, if it was causing disruption to the traffic and the flow of the road or any of those kinds of things.
And there's lots of other trees in the road right of way. The hornets being in a road right of way is not on the question.
Yeah.
So if we do it here, we gotta do it.
Yeah, well, my whole point is if it's not impeding the traffic and the flow and it's, you know, I'm not sure that it's something for us to take up.
Okay,
Because if we do it for one, we have to do it for all.
and we will take a look at it.
I mean, I don't want to say there aren't cases in which somehow the flow of traffic could be disrupted. Like, let's say there's a bus stop right there. And, you know, they have to go before, they have to stop sooner or later because of employees. I mean, I don't think ultimately, no way, but.
Okay, the next thing I'll come back where the tree is and maybe a plan or what it would take to get it out of there. I know our roads guys, they don't really want to play with hornets.
I don't think they're good, and I don't think they should.
Yeah, because
If
then
you're
it becomes a
allergic to
safety
water,
issue
it's
for us. Yeah. Okay. So come back with more information.
Okay. The only thing I found, and again, I'm not the first and foremost expert on any of this, boring and drilling but under scope of work, number 6, letter F, they talk about floor finishes to be restored by others. The one boring, which is, they have labeled here on our paperwork as a dynamic cone penetration test, or DCP. And if you look at the drawing, it's going to happen, that particular test will be conducted right at the entryway to the women's bunk and locker room. And it is I looked up dynamic cone penetration because I have no idea what it is. The dynamic cone penetration test provides a measure of a material's something resistance to penetration. That's a word that in situ. Anyway, the test is performed, this is the important part, the test is performed by driving a metal cone into the ground by repeatedly striking it with a 17.6 pound weight drop from a distance of 2 and about 1/4 feet. My concern is that is our rather new finished floor in our living quarters that they're now going to have to take a piece out of, and then they're talking about floor finishes being finished by others. I think we need to get that clarified from that standpoint, especially since it's going to be right in the path of travel for personnel leaving. It says they will, all boring holes shall be filled with concrete and finished smooth, but then our nice flooring is going to be tore up. So.
Let me summarize what I think here,
Okay.
which is there's no questions that we shouldn't act on tonight.
Absolutely not.
And so we should put it on the agenda for our September.
Yes, and I will get with the prosecutor. I will make that phone call tomorrow and get with him, send this to him, and see if we can't get this.
If you could come back to us for the recommendation, that's great. But
Yeah.
Right now, it's too much gray area.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the one test is going to be conducted right in our living quarters. The other 2 look like they're out in the bays. That's not a big deal. That's a concrete floor to begin with, but obviously our living quarters is a nice finished floor, so we want to make sure that that's addressed. That's going to be replaced.
Is there a significant odor right now? Or has that continued?
Not that I've noticed, no.
It's continuing to be mitigated?
Yeah, we don't use that restroom anymore until this problem's taken care of. I try to keep as many, obviously people out of it. So we're essentially, everybody's using the locker rooms, the men's and women's locker room bathrooms. So,
Okay.
so right now there's not. So
As long as there's not.
if we notice an odor, I'll be sure to let you guys know.
Okay, so if you don't mind, contacting Adam, with some of these concerns. But finding a solution to them as well. And tell him that you're now the point person, now that you're chief.
Okay.
And that invoices should be sent to the fiscal officer, not me.
Okay. Make that correction in here already, because it's. Okay. Yeah, I'll start that ball rolling tomorrow.
And if you have any issues, just let me know.
Sure. So, thank you. I'm interested in this. I'm gonna stick around for this one. I'm definitely interested in this. So.
I do have one thing that I'd like to talk about with the board, and that has to do with zoning. So, I've noticed that, or I've been informed that zoning appeals granted a variance over here. And one of my concerns is that it may be good if there's a representative from the fire department that goes to zoning appeals, if what they are seeking is not particularly safe, because we did our setbacks So, and part of the consideration was fire. And if they don't do certain things that help towards fire, like fireproof walls, et cetera, I think Board of Zoning Appeals needs to be made aware why it's not good to grant an appeal.
Which
A
appeal was
variance.
this? Which appeal was this most recently?
Across the road.
Model home?
It was somebody that wanted a third car garage. And so, I believe that since that was granted, there's gonna be a flood of BZAs. And, if it's not appropriate, I mean, if it's appropriate, fire doesn't need to get involved.
Right.
But, if there's safety issues, I think it's very important that fire, make that presentation to BZA.
I'll check with the town hall and see if he would be able to attend those meetings and be involved in those discussions.
And,
I know he's reviewing neighborhood plans and all of these types of things.
so are you given all the BZAs when they're asking for these setbacks changes?
I don't know the answer to that question yet.
So if they're
I'm
not-
sure we do receive them, but I don't know the answer to them.
I mean, we post none that's outside of the fire station too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they are in, zoning informs fire of it.
I would suspect that,
On the piece.
And, oh yeah, yes.
I would suspect that the town hall is in the loop on those types of things.
I think there's.
I can
already-
confirm with him the next time he's in the office.
Yeah, and maybe even encourage him to continue to work with because
Yeah.
our zoning inspector's newer as well.
Yeah.
So, if something was missed, it was.
And it may not be.
Yeah,
But-
right, but I'm
what
saying
I-
if it was, he knows to inform fire on BZA and BZC, so it would have been a one-off. But the general rule of thumb is to include fire as early and as often as possible.
And people don't understand why one can be granted and one might not be. And that's why there's a BZA. I mean, if there's a reason that there should be a variance, it would be granted, it's granted. But if there's not a reason, just because my neighbor doesn't make it.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I had. So whenever you choose to leave, you can.
Oh, I'd like to stay for this. I have obviously interest in this. And then I will thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I think we're done with fire at this point. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that we concluded that. And it's now 7:00, it's 7:04. And I'd like to reopen, take off the shelf and reopen BZC case 24-001 and BZC case 24-003, both part for our 7:00 time certain. And with that, I would like to allow, I believe Mr. Ferris is going to present at this point, so let's go.
Todd Ferris, yes, we're gonna try to deal with this. We're gonna try to deal with this as best we can. No PowerPoint tonight. That seemed like a lot of work for a few little things that we get going on here. We should have enough for everybody. I think. No, maybe we don't. It looks like we're doing something new here. Those are the old ones, correct? Okay, so I've got one.
I believe.
Okay, so where we left off was last time. First and foremost, I want to apologize for being a jerk last time. I got a little testy, obviously, and I want to apologize for that. So if you would accept my apology, and if you don't, that's fine too. You don't have to. That's up to you. But I want to apologize for that. I get too invested in these projects. I think they're mine. They're not. I got to remind myself they're not. But I have a lot of myself in these things because many hours. Ask Kieran when he comes in how much his bills are. Anyway, we'll get that. So the last time we left it with trying to figure out the heights of the buildings. And, plus there were like, and then I'll go through that, 6 other different things that we wanted to clean up. So, went back, met with our architect team again on this. And there were kind of 3 approaches that we looked at on how to deal with this. One of them is to say, okay, we're gonna deal with a 35-foot height limit, which that's actually option 3A and 3B, which means we need to take some of our units and put them on just the apartment sides and make those buildings bigger. Because I can't get a 35-foot height limit with restaurants. Restaurants require a 15-foot floor to ceiling. And then I have my 2 residential floors above that. If I'm going 3-story, I don't have to go 3-story. But if I go 3-story, which is what our premise was to begin with, I need a parapet height of 40 feet as a minimum and a roof height of 36.5 feet as a minimum to accommodate restaurants in those 2 center buildings 2 and 3. And I think we might have done more. We'll go to some of the stuff that's in the back. That actually started showing that. We actually, unfortunately, there's on that page in there. But, I'm gonna look at this sheet. Let's start with this sheet. I'm totally out of order. I didn't really practice.
Seven?
Yeah, that's page 7,
No, it's number 7.
but it's item 7. Okay, so the options that the architect and I looked at was, okay, so the first option is ask for a divergence and get it granted, which that's obviously the hard part here is the 40-foot height on those 2 buildings. And that's to the parapet with a roof height of 36 foot. So it's just those. And that would allow restaurant to be anywhere in those 2 buildings. Second option, limit the 40-foot height divergence to just the 2 inside wings. So they're closest and farthest away from the other people, which means then the other 2 wings would be no restaurant available in those ever because of the height restriction. But we would never project any more than 50% restaurant in a building like this anyway. So generally speaking, we're okay with that. So we have a 35-foot height out there along the north-south roadway and along the mobile home park to the south. And then asking for divergence on half of those buildings on the center, which still allows us to have some restaurant, which is obviously what we want to have. And then the third one is, we just say 35-foot height limit, we extend that building and we extend that building and we're good. And it's 2-story for parts of it or all of it to allow restaurant to be flexible anywhere in there. And the one thing that we did do, and I don't know if it helps any, but we used this model that we did because after I realized we're talking about this model is easy enough to switch heights and stuff on her. So you can see what these options do if you're worried about the height. So we took 2 viewpoints looking at the buildings. So this is 3 feet. These 2 buildings at 40-foot height. And then 2 different views so we can see both sides of the green. If that makes sense. And then Ron's 1 page behind. And I don't know if you're ready to turn the page or not. But this is actually a 3D view at height limit of what that would look like. So the buildings 2 and 3 at 40-foot height at the top of the parapet. And this would have a 36.5-foot roof height. The second option is 30-foot on the front ones towards the main north-south, and then 40-foot on these 2. And you'll see it kind of steps up a little bit. Okay. And then option 3, 3A and 3B is 2-story. How that works. Which I think we start losing something when we go to 2-story. Now I can put a pitched roof on it again, which this doesn't. This reflects a flat roof to get some of the verticality. But we can commit to the 35 feet, no divergence. What that means is anything where we have a restaurant is 2-story. But we want to have restaurants. We want to have restaurants in there. You know, it won't be all restaurants, but we always like to project up to 50%. So our preference would be, can we do 36.5-foot roof to 40 foot to the top of the parapet on buildings 2 and 3? Another option would be the center portions, only at 40 feet, or if 35 feet is just the max and that's what we got to deal with, we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. What that means is more than likely we're 2-story on those buildings 2 and 3. There's still the option that we could do 3-story in part of it and still have 50% of it that's 2-story with a taller roof for the restaurant. So we kind of want to get that one out of the way. That's the big item I think that we're dealing with. Is that quite frankly, again, our preference is the 40. But I know you guys have your preference and you've got your standards that you need to deal with, and I respect that, and we can deal with that.
So I'm having a little bit of difficulty understanding this. So here I see a 45-degree angle, but I don't see a 45-degree.
On this one, you don't, because of the way that we're looking at. So this view is like if we were right up here.
Yeah, I get that. That's this.
Yeah, and this view is if we're right about here. So we're only just seeing a part where that starts turning and going down the corner. So we're only catching like this right corner part of it.
Okay. So when I'm looking at this building, what's my orientation? This?
Yes.
But it still would be a 45-degree angle, and here it looks like an obtuse.
Well, the way that these perspectives start distorting that, is that a 45? I can't see without my glasses on.
Well, yeah, because I mean, this.
No, it's a 45. Well, yeah, it's a 90 inside.
It's a 90, yeah, I apologize.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
But
if
that's obtuse, and that's right.
Yeah, because he's got that at 90 degrees, so I just think that that's part of the perspective since it's out of the corner of the viewpoint. Things start distorting the farther away.
No, because it should meet, and here they're being bridged.
I see what you're saying. That is that 90-degree wall here. It looks like it's at a 45-degree angle, but it's supposed to be at 90. Turn back, so that's the higher building portion in that corner that you're seeing here, and this is the 35-foot portion.
What's the approximate distance between building 3 and the property line for the towers?
180 plus 45 plus 15. So 220-ish, 230-ish.
Do you want to talk about any other recommendations?
Sure. Yeah, you guys can think about that. The rest of the recommendations, I'll let you do the rest. I'm gonna let her do those because she worked on putting those together.
Okay. I'll start on the first page, for item number 1. You had asked to add a note that specifies that the landscape shown within a roundabout must be planted within the roundabout. If the roundabout is not permitted to have plantings in it by the Delaware County Engineer, the plantings shall be located around the roundabout, outside the right of way or in another similar location. What you want.
Okay, yes, now, define roundabout. Are the pork chops in the roundabout?
Yes,
The pork chops will be in the roundabout.
yes,
So if
my
you could-
intention was anything inside the roundabout.
So if you could,
Inclusive of pork chops.
Do you want them called pork chop?
Well, whatever.
well, whatever they're called.
Okay.
So that.
Pork chops would be good because that just makes sense for the rest of us. I don't know what they call them.
So the roundabout shall include the pork chops.
Well, and, didn't you have something, about the monetary value of the
So-
landscaping?
Let me read this again.
I don't know, maybe you addressed that somewhere else, the comparable value of the plantings.
We had, I believe we had put it in for the amenities, but I don't know if it's landscape specific, so we can add that.
I think he wanted it.
And shows up.
Yeah, we can add that, trustee.
Now, you're not gonna keep per trustee record. Plantings have also been added to on the plan.
We added them on our landscape plan so that they're there in perpetuity now, there's a quantity.
Okay. And yes, so what I tried to convey is that if there's a plant that's not available or something like that, I don't want the whole plan to have to come back before us, so that you can have the value if certain plantings aren't available, that you can substitute or bring it value.
Yeah,
Because I do want what you said, but realistically, sometimes plants aren't available.
Right.
But if you're gonna spend more money, well, then you're not gonna pick something dumb.
Okay.
But if you can get away with cheaper, you might do that, so.
Equal or greater value,
Monetary value.
monetary value. Okay. For item number 2, we had a recommendation to revise language in the development text about amenities. And our development text now states, if amenities are not able to be installed as shown in the preliminary development plan, a similar / comparable amenity may be utilized if it is equivalent in cost and value. Item number 3 is to revise development text to increase studio apartment square footage to 600 square feet and limit the amount of studios allowed within the development to 10%, which has been addressed in the development text on pages 11 and 12.
So that's 10% of,
total units.
The apartments.
apartment units, are we allowed to use the word apartments? Dwelling units,
I have.
residential dwelling units.
Okay, yes, I don't have that. It says a maximum of 10% of the total units that are allowed to be studio units. Would you rather dwelling?
Well, because a business is a unit, and we're not saying that, we're talking about residential dwelling
Dwelling
units.
units. Residential dwelling.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I mean,
It helps them.
yes. Clarity is always preferred.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you please project a little bit? I'm not
Yes.
sure if we're catching on that.
Okay, I will talk louder.
Thank you.
For item 4, to revise language in the development text to define the Ohio Code acronym wherever it is stated, which we have revised on page 5 of TPUD and 12 of PCD, just to fully spell out the word along with the acronym. The item 5 is to revise language in the development text to update the commercial HOA statement about association turnover timelines. We have revised the text to now state residential associations are to be turned over to the individual homeowners once 80% of units are sold / occupancy permits are received. The commercial association is to be turned over to the commercial owners once 80% of the sites are sold / occupancy permits are received.
Back to the one previously, you said page 7 addresses the studio.
Page 11 and 12 in TCP. I think it's towards the end of the page.
I don't know. This the most recent document package that we received?
Yes.
Okay,
Dated July 31.
yeah, today's July 31. And in this one, it doesn't, I guess I'm not seeing what you're saying. I see 1 bedroom at 800, 2 bedroom. I don't see anything on the studio.
That might be, apologies.
Yeah.
It might be the development tax possibly. Yes, this one is TPB, so sorry, there's a lot going on in here.
Oh,
but
okay.
It's page 11 of the next document.
Yeah,
So it's
page 11 in this. Okay, here we go.
And that's the only place the studios are located, right?
Yeah.
correct, it's only in BCD, yes.
Yeah, the TPUD doesn't have studios, the TPUD does not exceed 35 feet.
Correct.
Alright, just confirm. Alright, here we go. Here we go. And so that highlighted, you'll do of total dwelling, residential dwelling units on the end of page 11.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
I think we're on item 6, which is to revise language in the development text to add the statement for entire development to the recreational facility. And the development text now states, with the remainder of the amenities available to the residents of this entire development area at 25% reduced rate from the fee charged to non-residents. And then that is the last item before we get back to the height, the ordinance.
So for the community green space, and you'll have to forgive me because I've reviewed now so many iterations of this. Was there a stage still? Is there, I think you mentioned stage concerts.
Well, there's a patio out there.
Patio out there, but
Yeah.
it's not a stage that you would have.
No,
Okay. Was there a like basketball, tennis, or pickleball amenities in this anywhere?
there are pickleball amenities shown of the condominiums on the.
Up in that little corner, the little blue dots up here. Right here.
Two of them up there.
I can tell these two
Yep.
or four. Right here, that's two. Okay.
Two on a playground and
And
a,
then the playground is there and the shelter. Okay, got it. And then are there any other active sport recreations down where the young professionals are living?
just in the
Just-
playground and shelter. And then the 8,000 square foot facility in the care.
So may I ask, right, so what happens if that facility becomes defunct, the 8,000 square feet?
I don't know, you have to chase a Karen. It's always gonna have a role as being part of the leasing of the apartments regardless, so I don't think it can go defunct. Because it serves a dual purpose there. I don't know, I don't have an answer for that, I have not thought about that. But what's a good solution to that? I'm open for it.
Because I'm okay with the plan because that facility is there and they have to reduce rate. But if that goes away, then that's a problem.
Yeah, other than saying that, been saying that it can't go away. I mean, I don't know how else to deal with that. And I understand your concern. So, would you say that amenity has to be a part of the apartment? Residential units?
I mean, to the extent they can address it, though, they do.
Well, because, see, it's a little harsh. If that facility goes away, then all the apartments go away.
Well, yeah, and
But they don't have a place to. I mean, I'm okay with the density, that
Because of
way
the
you're going,
amenities.
because of the amenities.
Right.
So they're tied together.
Well, so we say,
Because to go along with that, I wondered a little bit, is the 8,000 square foot amenity come before the apartments
it would come at the same time.
at the same time?
It's just in the same building, yeah. So it all gets built at once.
well, it doesn't necessarily all get built out at the same time. You could have that be a vacant space for,
Well, we could make a commitment that that space has to be operational before any apartments are leased out.
I like that.
And that if the use of that changes in the future, that we need to come back for modification to the plan.
it would be considered a major change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's fair. I mean, if it goes dark,
Mhm.
you know, he hasn't run out of the country, he's gotta come back and say,
Well, even if it runs out of the country.
well, somebody's gotta come
Apartments are
back.
there, and so, I mean, it has value, and so people are not.
Well, yeah, and quite frankly, they're gonna want that stuff, right?
Well, it makes the apartments more valuable, but things happen,
They do.
and there has to be a solution to when things happen.
Yeah, you wrote that down? Okay.
I have rec facility must be operational before units are released. Any change to this facility shall require.
Facility usage
Facility usage.
Shall be a major,
shall be considered a major change and must go back to the BZC and Board of Trustees.
Because typically those facilities are the first things built with these communities, not the last, because that's where the people come in to sign a lease, they see what's going on.
Yeah.
So I think that's a fairly simple commitment.
Yeah.
It's not-
and as long as you commit to it, I don't care.
All right, should we dive into that, back to the height then? Is that where we want to go? Is that the last thing to resolve?
It seems to be the issue.
Yeah, you know my thinking here, and you know the reason why we're asking for that, but I understand you guys have something you guys do. So.
Okay, so may I suggest we rule out one of them, because I know one of them I would not consider.
Sounds good.
I would rule out option one.
Okay. I'll rule out option 3A.
So how's 3A different from 3B?
There's dimensionality in 3B. They go higher right here. See 3B right here. So that as you're turning in, it has a little bit more of a dimensionality to the roofing right here. So that right here, which is right there. You ever play that little like game where it's like matching pictures? Like right here. There, right there.
And you're ruling out,
I'm rolling out 3A,
okay.
All two-story.
all two-story. Which leaves 3B or option
Okay, so I need clarity what 3
2B.
is.
3B is saying that we will meet your 35-foot height limit.
And we will have some 2-story and some 3-story.
Correct.
So it adds a story, but it still works within the height limit. So what it does is it gets that dimensionality from the 3-story to this 2-story, but it still stays under 35.
Okay, so I guess.
But you can't have the
Restaurants on the
restaurants on there.
Restaurants will only be in the 2-story section.
So, footprint wise, what's the?
These go higher, these go longer. See how long that building is?
Okay.
These much smaller
But
than,
this is option 2 as opposed to 3A.
correct.
Yeah,
So-
3A would actually make those go, but it wouldn't be as far. It would probably be about half. And that would go back a little bit. So wherever we take off that third floor, these buildings start growing.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is 3, what? A or B?
That, what we show that one for is 3A, 3B would be what, shorter. We didn't do one for 3B. Plan.
Not for this small one, but you do one for these options.
Yeah, for the elevation.
But 3B looks somewhat, 3B is between option 2 and option 3A, lengthwise, I would say, right?
Correct.
So it's taking green space only.
Yeah,
There's not additional parking.
no,
There's not additional units.
Is there additional landscaping? Because, one of the things is no light into the,
yeah, no, it would have more landscaping to go along with that building.
And option 3 would have more restaurants all the way.
No, option 2 would have more restaurant
Option two.
options than option 3.
so option 3 does not have restaurants?
It has restaurants, but it can only be at the 2-story
Oh.
level. It can't have it be at 3-story level.
So is the location,
And the location really for the restaurants, I'm not gonna promote option 2 here, but I'm just clarifying it. The location that they have identified in option 2 is really ideal location for where the restaurants would go.
I would think so, because we have that parking that's around that
The
green.
parking, you have the community center there, you have the green space defined, and then it's sort of central to all that living room.
And it's contained in the middle, and I'm hoping not to offend one of the trustees with the height, because it's over in the middle.
okay, so,
Not offended, just couldn't enforce it.
Yeah.
so I'm thinking fire. So the parapets, they're 5 feet higher? Okay, let's do it per each one. Let's talk about option 2 first. So 5 feet from the part of the building that is not over the 35 feet. So it's 35 feet and then it goes to,
Now, 35 feet we can do with the parapet. So the parapet would not be do.
Option 2 has the 36.5-foot roof height
Option 2.
and goes up to 40 feet with parapet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so
Okay,
option,
So they only,
okay, this is really what so that you don't talk about things I don't care about.
yes,
So I want to know, how do you get from the roof of the lower part to the upper part? Is it a flat, is a firefighter able to go put a ladder there and it's just 5 feet taller? What am I talking about?
it would end up being about 3.5 feet tall.
So,
We could have a ladder on,
so just to clarify, come here.
yes,
So right here, all these, this is 35 feet. So they take a ladder here, and then the distance
okay,
between here
but
and
the
here
parapet,
is,
is it like,
we're allowing it to be up to 3.5 feet tall. And the top of that parapet will be where we measure our 35 feet.
okay.
Yeah.
So,
So I want to make sure the parapet's at 35 feet.
so how wide is the parapet? Not length, wide.
Yeah, length, it's gonna be around
Yeah, I don't care.
the wide.
So is that something that a firefighter can stand on?
If he wants to stand on it, I mean, that's a foot. I mean, I didn't watch much of the Olympics, but they were standing on things smaller than that.
Yeah, but you're not carrying, turnout gear and.
I guess it's he'll step over it, step on it and down.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. So you got a ladder going up there and then you got it.
I don't know how they fight the fires, but we do have an expert.
Yeah, so you go onto the parapet and then you drop 3.5 feet.
Yeah,
There's nothing up against the parapet.
no, it's air. And that parapet's there to screen stuff that's.
I get the purpose, but I don't understand the stability, so.
Can I interject?
Yes, please.
So most of the aerial ladders, especially the platforms, are equipped with a ladder that drops off the bucket to overcome the parapets. That's not an issue. Even if we use, and the parapet would be, what would you say, a 3-foot drop?
Yeah.
Even if we use the ground ladder to get to that point, we would be able to scale that very easily. That would not be an issue.
The problem is we don't have it.
Well, I understand that, but there are several that would be going to that area.
So,
Currently, we do not have one, no, but there's several in the region that.
Yeah, I like relying on what we don't have to inform the safety.
Well, that's why it's called mutual aid. That's why we have mutual aid agreements with all the neighbors.
Yeah, but when you're making zoning decisions, you base it off of the resources that we're able to provide.
okay, so now. So it's 35 feet at the parapet. But if you were to put a standing ladder, I don't think you would, but if you were, it'd be 3.5 feet down from that. Because you're not gonna put a ladder on top of the parapet to get up to the next level at this point here.
So the.
So it's 3.5 feet down, so it's at 31 and a half feet. But then you got, is there a parapet here?
It wouldn't need to be between the two ones that, the roofs that come together, there wouldn't need to be one. So
That's not my question.
I don't know. No, I don't know. I can't specifically tell you because I don't know. There wouldn't need to be one there to screen anything.
So if there's not a need,
And it could even be a cutout
but
that
the
they just go
problem
up
is
in
if you
between.
don't have it from an angle, you're gonna be able to see the parapet from this vantage point. You're gonna be able to see it. Okay, so from 31.5 feet, you go up to 40 feet?
No, 35 feet.
36 and a half feet is the roof height.
The blue is 36 and a half feet roof height.
With the parapet,
No,
No.
the parapet is 40.
40. So it's 8.5 feet. From the base,
Of building of the 35 foot to the base of the 40 foot.
But there could be, and I've seen that, well, just driving around, like you see like the Starbucks and the whatevers that have their parapets that are hiding stuff. They actually have a cutout where the ladder comes up so they don't have to climb up over the parapet and down. So we could do that between the two roofs.
if we go option 2.
Yeah. No option
And
two.
there's probably other ways too, but there could be a way that you don't have to scale the parapet. to
So
come
how
back
do you
down.
have the parapet so that it doesn't look bizarre? Because at an angle, you've got this 40-foot and it's a 35-foot.
Yeah,
So,
There'll just be two masses that come together and the architect details that. I am not that guy. But,
but it will look like.
because the maintenance guys are gonna wanna be able to get up and down between those two roofs as well.
So you could write something in to say, speak to the accessibility between the 35 foot height and the 40 foot height.
Because if that were addressed, I know that I may not have agreement with the board, but I
option two.
But those things would have to be addressed. Like,
In option two, which one is, oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, we could do that, we could add that there will be.
Because I like the more green space, because it's a trade-off, and, you know, and
Everything's a trade.
it is. And, option one is a definite no because of the proximity, but here it's further away, and you've got, it's not so abrupt.
I understand what you're saying.
She knows what you're saying. She knows. We can obviously state in this that there will be, direct roof access from the lower to the upper roof without having to go over the parapet.
Yeah.
Well, you
Yeah,
might,
that
you might even have a stair step thing, so that, so somebody could walk.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some code that obviously we don't even know about, that the building could require something like that. But I can't.
Well, if there is, good, but if there isn't, then it's in the text.
Yeah, it's in the
That's
text that there will be.
something you will provide, so. And it sounded, since I'm probably gonna lose this.
Well, I don't know how trustee.
It
Wilson-
sounded almost like you would want to potentially add something to the effect of like the visual of the parapet between the lower building and the higher building should be decorative or, you know, seamlessly integrated or
Yes.
something like that, so as to not,
No,
I was gonna say, distract from the visual landscape.
Yeah.
Or something like that. I mean, it's a little bit nebulous, but
but you get it, you're gonna want it.
yeah,
What I don't want is put in something in the text that you have to follow that looks dumb.
Right. I think we should put something there that says that the transition between the two roofs. I don't know if you want to write this yet. Shall be harmonious when seen from all angles throughout the site.
yeah.
Otherwise, I can stop and then there's nothing there.
Harmonious is good. Because you know when you don't see harmony.
From all sides, from all, you know, I like that.
Yeah. That the transition between the two roof heights shall appear harmonious from
All visual angles.
all visual angles around the site. That way, it's not one of those fake parapets that
Yeah.
Lowe's does on the front, and
Yeah.
it's white, and
Mm-hmm.
it's got to be a real, it's got to have a termination that makes visual sense. And that way, the architect has to study the sidelines.
So let me see, the parapet is a pigeon roost,
Yeah, basically.
and then the wall, if you want to call it behind that, call it the parapet wall and that sort of thing, is unoccupied, really is a space that's.
Yeah,
And so the height of the building is occupied is only 35 feet.
36 and a half feet on the, if we do the option B.
Option B is 36 and a half, yeah.
Well, I'm thinking option.
That's what I meant.
Option two is, as you said, 36 and a half foot roof.
Yeah.
Only on the
On the
blue.
blue part.
Over here, it would be maximum 35 feet,
35 feet.
including the parapet. And over here, it would be 36 and a half, and then with the parapet 4.
So 36 and a half foot would be the height, maximum height for having anybody occupy the strip. And you could put in fire accesses in the parapet wall.
Between the two
To
roofs
get into
from the lower to the upper. Yeah, so if fire had to get there and they could not for some reason, they could get on the lower roof to get up to the higher roof.
Okay, so what's the question before?
Somebody, whoever wants to make the motion to bring forward whatever option that you would like to see, we would go from there.
Well, I'm tending towards with the right language, option two.
Mhm.
If you could read it back.
I have that, direct roof access shall be provided between building, with roof lines of different heights. And then the transition between two roof heights shall be harmonious visually from all sides of the building.
is option 2. I mean, you put 3 options here, you said option 1 is the one that was white, but option 2, I'm assuming is okay.
It works.
Option 3 is okay, and,
Yeah, they all work for us.
okay.
Number 1 gives us the most flexibility. Number 2 starts limiting where we put the restaurant at. And again, option 3, you can put the restaurant anywhere, you can too, but we're kind of stuck at 2 stories.
I don't like the look of option.
I don't mind the look of option 3B. I think it preserves that same dimensionality and fits within our code, so.
I don't like the reduced green space.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
but
I,
there still was plenty to give. And they can always take away units too.
that would be option 4. That I could go for.
But I understand, and I should say, I do really appreciate you all hearing us out and providing these options and working diligently to try to make this work. There's a lot to like about this plan, and I know we kind of focus in on on the things that we don't like about it, but that's mainly because there's so much to like about it, and it really does fulfill what I think is a genuine need in our township in a lot of ways. So appreciate you guys working with all of us here, trying to get this to the home stretch to the benefit of our community. I'm not saying I'm voting in favor of it, but
Oh, and I also finally heard from the mobile home people. Finally.
manufactured home.
Yes, okay, manufactured homes. They're excited because they want their roadway, they want to get out to 23.
Oh,
They're very happy.
that's
Because they were
really
getting ready to get rid of one of the units, that northern one, so now they can pick the right one for a roadway.
That's actually really good to hear, because that was, as you know, my huge concern with the height is that you're in a 1-story home and then you look out and you kind of see this thing right less than 100 feet from you looking up at it. And I do think you resolve that in plan option 2 to a certain extent. But with option 2, if you're looking at the distances and the setbacks, very similar to if you were to invoke something like the business park, that 250-foot buffer, some of those items, I think that we still have a little bit of a height challenge to do. That's okay.
And what do you plan on putting in the space where the restaurants would be in building 2 and 3 in option 1, but in option 2? You have restaurants there in building 2 and 3, but in option 2 and 3, and in option 2, buildings 2 and 3, you'd only have half of the space, restaurant space.
Correct. More than likely, we would never have more than 50% of that either building being restaurant anyway. Now we're just limited to exactly where it can go. That's what was nice about option 1, is it could go anywhere in that building, so we could use the space at any time.
Sure.
Now they have to think ahead of time, which limits it, but it's doable.
But what I'm saying is in option 2 and 3, or buildings 2 and 3, in option 2, would that be other commercial space?
Yes, yeah,
So
offices and
commercial
things
space
like
is
that,
not
they're okay in 35 foot. They can work in that, it's just, there's the requirements of the venting and the hoods for restaurant spaces.
So the thing that's really different here is the option of being able to have the additional restaurants in the second half of buildings 2 and 3 in option 2.
That's it,
Is that right?
that's it on it, yeah, that's exactly it.
But it's not, from what I'm hearing, the number, it's the location. Because what is going in there is the same, it's just where.
Yeah.
Are those locations bad?
Huh?
Were those, the option 2 locations, are those bad?
No, they're not bad, it's just, everybody wants everything, you don't have to think about it.
Yeah. But I would have problems with that height, that close of manufactured homes. So I think option 2 resolves the issue, so. I'm okay with that. I don't know if the rest of the board is with those additions.
I'm okay with option 2 for sure, or 3. 3 is not the same thing, but it's 3 is fine with me, because meets everything, and there's nothing outside of the limit.
Yeah, option 2 requires a divergence still.
And option 2 is kind of a compromise between
It is.
3 and 1.
So if you guys are willing to grant a divergence on the height through the portions of buildings 2 and 3, then that's how you could go with that one, and if not, then we're stuck with option 3.
So,
And it works, we can do it.
okay. And that would be for option 2. And then what other issues do we have?
I think we went over.
I think everything else has been,
Right, you did have a slight change on that one thing.
If you go with option 2.
No, I meant there was another issue.
Oh, like kind and cost.
No,
residential dwelling units.
yeah, is that the only other one it was something that you brought up? Was that it?
Yeah, it was the rest, well, you technically brought it up, I just,
You solved the issue.
I just confirmed that that worked. Yeah, so I think what we would do then is you guys would write up those language adjustments. We would need to accept this packet and those language adjustments as a new exhibit.
Yeah, we've got to accept the packets. I was only going to accept that and figure out.
And then I think after that, everything else is.
Well, we did have the wording about the major minor. Did you have that?
Yeah, she has that.
That was the one that was actually.
Oh, I did that with my suggestion.
So you want us to write up those 3, sounds like 3.
No, there's 5.
There's,
As long as she understands, she's got
Yes.
to write it.
Yeah,
sure.
I don't know, my handwriting's a little.
Okay.
Your handwriting's fine.
Okay.
Okay,
Do we have,
are we okay with all of the other bazillion pages? Read the paper, or we have an issue there?
no, as long as we get that right up, and then we might, do one final little round of
Yeah.
grammar checking, and then I think we can accept it as exhibit.
Okay, and what I would suggest is we put a note in with another, just write it up to say that option one and 3 are not included in the plan, but option 2 is the desired plan to be worked with.
Well, yeah, with the option 2 of because the TPUD is also in here. And the option 2 of the,
PCP, yeah.
to the PCD.
Does that do? And then the note that you've got needs to be added. Okay, and then we just need to add those things together. And then I think we got what we need to do, right?
So I think it's right for the vote at that point.
Okay, does
So
that sound right to you, Todd, or am I missing something?
No, it's all up to Anna.
I might need a couple minutes to write everything out here. real
Sure.
quick.
There's no rush.
I'm gonna stand over your shoulder.
Okay, if you'll make that note up and then sign it, and then we'll put it in as a exhibit, add that to the file. And I just don't want anybody getting confused on it in the future.
And that you, as the applicant, are requesting these changes.
Sure.
Yeah, as opposed to saying,
The trustees wanted us to do it, right?
well,
Is that something that is, you guys, everybody says, is that something that is
and add the
It's
applicant's.
not good? Just from, I guess I was a smile on his face, without saying.
Well, she's writing that note. Are you aware about the Route 23 meetings?
Yeah, so Mark Mann goes to those, and he's kind of plugged in with that, and the Tom Slack, is he the one that's in charge of kind of doing that stuff? I think that's.
Well, it's not Tom that's in charge of it, but Tom's in charge of everything.
Yeah,
He's the, but it's, Homer, her name right. She's the project manager.
Oh.
She's the one that's calling the meetings. She's the one sending out all the information. So if you want to know any of that sort of stuff, she's the one to contact on it. If you want to really know what's happening and you want to really understand what's going on, Thompson probably got better look at the crystal ball than anybody else.
Yeah, because we met with him to go over what they're doing with 23.
But, I mean, that's just my summation of how it goes together.
Yeah, I know they haven't, I mean,
Tom has a lot of people that he works for, and he has to make happy that, they also got crystal balls everywhere.
sounds like the governor's really doing
At least that.
But you know, governors change.
They do. They do. That's why I can only prepare for. It's like whether they limit it or not, it still works. And any access off of 23, if they limit it, becomes golden. And it doesn't hurt. Plus, that access road is, it's like when I was talking to Tom about it, all these backage roads that have been done actually become the prime real estate because 23 is like 270 or it's like, 315. It's the intersections that, and the roads behind it become more important.
And all the flyovers that they're gonna put in up and down.
Be crazy, won't it? Might be easier for them to just keep on digging down 23 or half and half. You know?
Well, that's the way it is down at,
Yeah.
2327.
Yeah, well, that thing going and comes back up.
That really helped
It did.
From what I've seen.
But I say it's 10 minutes.
Okay, well, she's writing that up. Let me ask her, are there any public comments at this point? Either for or against?
Guess not.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the public's offered the opportunity to speak if they want.
The two options that are specifically, or the two items that are specifically about option 2, do we want these written on here since they're still kind of, the question is whether that's the option or not?
Put them in option 2, yeah.
I mean, technically, if you wanted to do option 3, you could, except for making the buildings bigger, but, it's just, it doesn't have the height limitation that option 2 does. Really allowing out the extra height there.
Yeah.
What's the reason for the parapet?
If you don't have a parapet, well, part of it's a termination of just the rubber liner. I need to come up and over and make a seal, right? But, I only need that much to do it, but there's gonna be like air conditioners and vent hoods and all that stuff, and you don't wanna see it.
It's just a wall and a height.
Exactly. And if you start getting things too close to an edge, then, the code requires that there's a guard there anyway, so it's a double function, and if that happens, it's just, if there's the parapet, you don't see all the junk that's up there, so.
It helps a little with the noise, I don't suppose a lot, but a little doesn't with the air conditioners.
Yeah, where you get the noise is the vibration of it on the units below, so there's a lot of details I've seen these architects do to isolate the pads for the air conditioners, and it's a science, because you can imagine at your unit, and you hear, there's 30 air conditioners up there. And one of them is rattling. So, just sound isolation becomes an art in its own. And then making sure that that roof penetration is sealed, that doesn't leak. And, a lot of stuff goes on up there. Let them read it.
The truth, yes. There's some other things. One, plantings must be of equal or greater monetary value.
To be added to the, existing statement.
We should probably clarify what statement you're adding that to. Maximum of 10% of the total residential dwelling units that are allowed to be studio units. So this would be, I probably would say it's replacing the text on page 11 or something like that.
I didn't want that, okay.
Yeah. And then recreational facility must be operational before any units can be leased. Okay. You okay with that? Any change to recreational facility usage shall be considered a major change and must go back before the Board of Trustees. We're gonna call it, it's a major deviation.
Major plan deviation.
Yeah, and must go back before, and really it must go through the major deviation change process.
That wouldn't be trustees first, would it?
No, it would be trustees first to determine if it's a major or minor change.
Okay.
Then it would go to Berlin Zoning Commission, BCC, then it would come back to trustees. So we'll say it must go through the major change process.
It probably makes more sense just in case it gets changed in the future.
Let's go back through.
Change to the plan process.
Major change plan process.
Okay, but it's a change to the plan.
Preliminary plan. Good luck reading this. Okay. Option 2, direct roof access shall be provided between different roof heights on the same building. Well, it's direct roof access. It's more, that's not really what we said. It wasn't direct roof. It was, it's like, creating an opening, creating a walkability on the roof. Ease of accessibility was what we were getting at there. So that they didn't have to go over the parapet, drop down, go up.
Roof access from one height to the other would be, typically they put a ladder to go up.
Yeah, but it says direct, what they wanted to do is like, basically they would create steps so that we wouldn't have to do that kind of thing, that it would be, it's not really direct roof access, because it's all direct roof access technically. It's more like,
Maybe I paraphrased what you guys were saying incorrectly.
well, direct roof access that's just direct access to the roof that a ladder can provide.
Yeah, so access between very roof heights.
Shouldn't be direct roof access, it should just be access. Access shall be provided.
Between varying roof heights shall be, like maybe shall not require the use of a ladder.
So are we saying that there's gonna be steps provided? If that's what we're saying, well, then just write it. These steps provided from one height to the next. You might want to width because you could have
If we do a width, I'd love only a minimum. I wouldn't do
That's
that.
right.
Okay.
A minimum of 4 feet. Well, if you had a gurney, 2 people,
We would not take a gurney on a roof. There would be a different way of getting them down that way.
so
We
4
would
feet,
not take a cot up there.
so 4 feet wide is good enough.
4 feet would be more than, yeah, 3 feet minimum, 4 feet would be ideal.
Minimum.
3 feet's plenty of room for somebody to walk up and down.
Steps for easy access shall be provided between varying roof heights with a minimum of 3 feet width. Okay. Let me rewrite this, sorry. Any transition between two roof heights shall be harmonious visually from all sides of the building. Yeah, that's right. I guess maybe to make it easier, it would be like, well, no, that's not, that works. Because I was thinking, like
From the ground.
from what you can see, yeah, from what you can see up to the building, like you don't have to, does that have to be if you're on this
Yeah, I don't
building?
want to get on the building.
So maybe from the ground,
Ground level.
at ground level. Yes, there, that's better.
From all areas at ground level.
From all sides of the building at ground level.
Yeah, but you could say at any point in ground level, because if you're 1 foot away from the building, well, it's taken care of because you can't see anything. But if you're 400 feet
Yeah.
away,
I got one other little change. Here we go, 2, the trustee recommendations. Says, if amenities are not able to be installed shown in the preliminary development plan, or similar comparable amenity may be utilized if it is equivalent in cost and value. And I'd just like to add use. I don't want to trade a pickleball court for a town hall or something like that. You could argue same values and all that sort of thing, but the use to the residents would be dramatically different. I don't think it's, with you guys, I don't think it's a big issue, but if this gets sold to somebody else, they'll twist it every way they can. Does that, you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Maybe that's it, I don't know. Getting enough semantic to argue, it's not really.
Correct, it's just the piece. What's in, yeah, it's just in the PCT section. On another note, I've got hornets in my house. On the right side of my, they've got stones on the house, and I sealed up all the places where they were at last year. I guess I got stung like 12 times last year, maybe so, and I tried to cover some times, and I couldn't get them all. Well, I found a different holes, 2 different holes. And I don't want to seal them in there, so I feel bad.
So we'll find another way to get out.
I think they're so education. Push right together, so it's pretty 30 feet. Stand out at the end of the roadway and spray it. You got a guy? Darren's got a guy. See how much? See how much? We're in the woods.
Mark, could you call it a revision A or something? You accepted it like they did with the last meeting. And this is different.
This is still up.
It's got the same date.
Oh, it does?
That's not the same reason as the except for that.
I don't.
I wanted to see if it is like. And then give that.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Dated July 31.
So she's
So
just
what
changing
is
it.
it? What you can call July 31.
However,
The
bigger thing is the documentation.
sort of mix up.
I have a
You understand
protocol
what I mean?
that I'll be introducing, so I'll figure out the protocol as well.
I'm just trying to make sure everything's.
See you,
So you're gonna have this copy, which is part of what we have. Yeah.
That's,
oh, no, you're fine.
This is the big thing, should be best crossed out.
Only that one's gonna be the official exhibit of those. The other one,
this is dated July.
oh, those are expired.
It's got the same date on it. This is the revised program.
If that's the copy that you're gonna have, then his revisions need to be made to that copy.
Right.
Yeah, and he pointed out it's got the same dates, and here's our last.
I saw that.
So I can change the dates and we can call it a different exhibit. What do you want to do?
And the other one is already filed. They'll make sure this is the one that's late.
Correct. We'll call it 15. You want to call it 15?
Exhibit, next exhibit is exhibit 15.
We'll call it exhibit 15. Right on.
Exhibit 15, case 812.
Okay.
Yeah.
It does to me.
Whatever. What do you say?
Did you ever find that manila folder packet from the last meeting?
Remember a middle effect. There was.
Was that about that sofa?
Yeah, right.
No.
Utility letters.
Do you have the July 8th documents?
What happened to July? It's got a new notebook for July 8th, as I recall.
A whole new notebook? It was a whole new notebook
Two separate notebooks.
on July 8th?
On July 8th was when we got the new notebook.
I see the July 8th notebook.
Is there an additional one?
Yeah.
So I don't know what Ron was mentioning. And I was writing.
Yeah, that's the same. That's the same.
And use.
And we already accepted the July 8th.
That.
Yes.
Okay.
You don't want to talk about
We had already, yeah,
This is the May 10th.
yeah, that's the date. And then we already accepted the July 10th. Did we accept July 10th as the guys exhibit?
Don't think we did.
Do you have a list of the exhibits accepted?
You got it right in front of you. But there's another copy.
No, that's only exhibits 11 through 15, right? I'm talking about all of them. 1 through 10.
No. I'm not on vacation. You're funny enough that Kathy's gonna have that, right? Last year they were about this level, so whenever I walk by, they'd be flying in my face. And I should in my head generates a lot of grass. And that's a lot of it. So right now, the gravel is
What Kathy does, yeah, she generates the exhibits, and then we accept them, so we always have the printout of what we accept within that.
Okay, so you wanna know whether they were accepted during a meeting?
I just wanted to see a list of the exhibits, 1 through 10 that were accepted.
Let me see if I have.
Because we did accept them because we accepted it in the original.
Yeah, but I don't know, I know that we accepted like the initial packet, but I don't know that we accepted the July packet.
That's right.
Yeah.
I don't know that we did. That was after
Yeah,
my original question.
and so the only way we know that is if we have.
And this is just in the PCD district, right?
I mean, theoretically, we could just accept it again. But, and it strikes me as problematic if they don't have a whole listing of all the exhibits. Yeah, all of them, yeah.
Answer your question, no, I don't think I have that list of 1 through 10 applications. I don't have it on my computer. Okay. We had 7, which was your comment. Oh, well, let's make sure it's right before I do the sign. I'm all that Karen sign.
Yes, yes. Yes, yes,
We'll make your copy of that.
yes. Okay, I'm good with all these. Do you want me to read them one more time? Plantings must be of equal or greater monetary value. Add to existing language in exhibit D3. Correct. Perfect. Maximum of 10% of total residential dwelling units that are allowed to be studio units. Add to existing language on pages 11 and 12 of PCD development text. Good. Recreational facility must be operational before any units can be leased in PCD development. Any change to recreational facility usage shall be considered a major deviation and must go back through the major change process up to the preliminary plan. Yes. Option 2, steps for ease of access shall be provided between varying roof heights with a minimum of 3 feet in width. Option 2, any transition between 2 roof heights shall be harmonious visually from all sides of a building at any point at ground level. And finally, a similar / comparable amenity may be utilized if it is equivalent and cost value and use. Add to existing language on page 13 of TDD and page 18 of the city development text. Okay, so you have this.
Okay, we'll make a copy of the other side.
You need to make certain that whatever final copy has exhibits 1 through 10 that we already accepted. But Mr. Chair, I don't know that we've accepted the July 10th notebook, that second binder that we got. So I think we need to also ensure that, because out here we only have exhibits 11 through 14. I can almost guarantee you that that July 10th notebook was not in exhibits 1 through 10 that we had initially expected at the,
So we need to add that.
yeah.
And I think that one should probably be 15 because of the ladder taking precedence. We don't want to jump the border.
Correct. And that way we just have all of our bases covered as far as what exhibits were accepted, be accepted.
I think you should sign it before we make it an exhibit.
Oh, yeah. You sign, you guys have him sign it before we make an exhibit. Blue ink, Thank you. Name and date.
July 10th?
Name,
Company name, company name or his name?
both,
Both.
yeah. Just do your signature, but then underneath your signature, correct.
And we have them, I don't recall applicant is requesting these.
Oh, I did not write that.
Should we just write that on the bottom? The applicant is requesting this with the signature.
Yeah, right, at the applicant's request, period.
See what IT guys. Oh, look at that. You're right.
It's not like doctors.
July 10th.
Dated July 10th, yeah.
Doctors can write, it's just they choose.
IT seems like they would have more of an engineer, right? Very, very technical. Yes, that's great. Just oh yeah, you have the signature, yes, perfect. Okay,
We'll give it
good.
a-
So nice and neat. And then typically what we do is we'll accept this as the exhibit, but we'll make a copy. And then if you could type it out and send it in an email to us, that way we know that you have the record of the request as well. Send it to trustees at berlin.twp.us.
Okay. To the original 14 exhibits for case BGC 24-001 and 24-003. I make a motion that we add exhibit 15, which is a revised plan and notebook dated July 10th, 2024. Exhibit 16, which is a slideshow dated, I can give you this, 8/12/2024. Apparently mandated revision of July 22, 2024 slideshow. Exhibit 17, letter dated July 31, 2024 from Ferris Planning and Design LLC. Exhibit 18, developer revision request dated 8/12 of 2024. Signed by applicant Beach Blow Road LLC, with later exhibits taking precedent over earlier exhibits. So moved.
Before I second that,
The date.
are all the exhibits in chronological order? Because it seemed like there was
Yes.
the one that said August before there was one dated July 31.
No, they were all What it is, this one is a revision of what was last time, and that's where you get to this date in it. And so we have.
That's why I double checked.
As this date, so this is the real date.
So
Did
could
you
we
see
put that
this?
as a friendly amendment that the date?
That's what he said, though. He
That's why I
said,
said, hand
the PowerPoint dated 8/12, but is referencing the July 22nd version.
So I
it,
understand.
that was
now.
exhibit
Yeah.
14.
Thank you. I second.
I had that same,
I mean,
that's why I double checked the
That's
dates.
what I have to figure out how to do. Okay, do we have a second?
I seconded.
Okay. This needs a date on.
It
I
has
put it at
a
the very top.
Okay, got it.
Did we make the slide show 15? Did we mark it as 15?
He just
I
told
believe
you
Todd gave it to you.
what the, he just told you what all of the
Have you
exhibits.
got the one there?
Wow, he still has them, but,
That one's.
Oh, you changed it to 16. Okay.
Okay, that's.
everybody's good with that. And I put my first and put it
I'll give you that.
24 on all of that.
And I'm good with it, but I do agree that it should be marked.
Okay, let's see, cross this out and do this thing, okay?
So does it say exhibit 16 on?
Can you show me the paper that you just read?
16 up to you.
Paper you just read.
So what, that was going back to you. She would have made this pre-printed. So she just slapped it on. So,
So just make certain that whatever you do, you're following what Ron just read.
Yes.
In that order.
Here we go. And this is gonna go,
And then I've got copies of these things.
it's all yours, you can have all of
Okay, thank you.
With
it.
the,
Well, okay, and
yes, I'm pretty sure.
You go make that copy right now?
we need to make a copy of that,
You're right.
yeah.
And,
And then we'll go on.
Okay, you said that the latter taking precedence of the former.
Yes. I said that, whether you got it or not, I don't know, but I said that. So that should be on the meeting electronic notes. I think it's gonna be a good, development over there. I think it's gonna add a lot to the community. And should all use.
We hope so.
And make sure you get the information because that connection all the way out to North Road can be, make that a very busy road after
Yeah. We've been coordinated, well, yeah, they've got the traffic study and all that stuff they've been going through.
Whenever you're ready. Go ahead, I'm not hurrying. You do what you need to do.
Go ahead.
Okay, we got a motion and a second, right?
Yes.
Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes,
O'Brien,
yes.
Bullard.
Yes. Okay, and with that, I make a motion that we approve BZC case 24-001 and BZC case 24-003. Rezoning from FR1 to TPUD and PCD,
option 2.
option 2. With all exhibits through exhibit 18, is that the highest one?
Yes.
With later exhibits taking precedent over earlier exhibits. So moved.
Second,
Discussion?
I will agree with trustee Rail
we nitpick the things we don't like, we don't point out the things we do like. And so there are many things I do like about it. But I didn't need, you already knew that, so I didn't need to point those out, so, thank you.
I'll just echo my sentiment, even though I'm not going to vote in favor due to the height, I do think that there's a lot of really good features that this community will bring, and appreciate you guys working with us.
Okay, I have no comment. Any other comments? On roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes,
Rail,
No,
Ford.
Yes. Motion passes, 30 days for referendum, and you know the drill.
All right, appreciate it.
And with that, I would like to close the time certain hearing for case VDC 24-001 and KZC case 24-003. So moved.
second?
All those.
Good luck, take care.
O'Brien,
yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Ford.
Yes. And without objection, I want to take it. Final business. No problem. Okay, recess is over, let's go back to our schedule. Cemetery, petition for Evergreen Cemetery is being worked on, all I can do is say it's being worked on at this point, I don't have a schedule yet, and anything of that nature. Shipping container quote, we looked at the quote, we purchased the container, and we're working to get it delivered. Still need to know the, call, when you get a chance.
Greg?
Next item is Evergreen sign delivery and installation. We are trying to work with, the vendor to get the weight and that sort of thing. The thing that we need to discuss as trustees is, we definitely want to put a foundation on it because there's so much water underneath the ground that, and the weight of this thing, it would have a tendency to settle no matter what. So we're going to dig a large hole, put concrete in that, and then set the stone and its foundation on that. We could bury the concrete so the concrete doesn't show. That's number one. Number two, we could bring it up to ground level. Or number three, we could bring it up higher than ground level, which would keep the mowers from hitting it similar to what we've done in the cemetery in the back here. To just try to protect the stones from damage. So our recommendation would be to bring it above ground level and have the concrete show, but really what it's there for is not to look at the concrete, but to look at, protect the stone from mower damage.
Yeah, we had this conversation a few months back, as I recall, and I think we did decide to do ground level because we were gonna potentially do small, like, in order to address your concern, we were gonna do a small amount of the mulching with a few blocks with plants so that the mower could readily go around in a circle and we wouldn't have any concerns about hitting that.
We can do that and we'll work toward ground level surface for the concrete. It'll be someplace real close to grade. Some parts will probably be a little above grade, some will be a little below grade. This is good dirt.
Yeah, we can, that's fine, but what I wanted, for what we put into the sign, I want the visual to be basically, small, very easy to manage little boxwoods, in between the gaps of the legs. And then you see the leg and you see the sign, but you don't see the concrete that's supporting it at the eye level when you're looking at it from the street or, from when you're turning in. And I think that would be good. Now, the one question, there was a question about should there be indents into the concrete that the legs go into? And I didn't see any need for that because the sign is heavy enough. But if that would be something, so basically you pour the foundation and you have like basically an indent that the legs go into, and then you kind of pour the concrete around the base of the leg.
We'll work with Nicker to make sure that the legs may be relying on the ground to keep them from spreading out.
Right. So, but it would go in a little bit, like basically the leg would go in a little bit below ground level, and then seal that in so that it would stabilize it even more.
We'll work with the vendor just to make sure that it's.
Yeah.
It's together the way it's supposed to.
But I did ask Jesse to please prioritize it because we said it in the newsletter that it would be in our next newsletter. The articles are due September 7th.
The first draft,
September, that first meeting in September.
that's the final draft. The first draft was the week before that.
Week before. Because we said we were getting in, I wanted to get in, we have had months to plan this, and I chatted, and I want to make certain that we close that line of communication, because I don't know that Jesse was aware that we had already had some of these conversations. I'm happy to notify him if you want, or you can.
You're welcome to talk to him, I'll talk to him about it, make sure it's on.
Yeah.
thing about that is, when we dug the hole to locate the pipe that's plugged, we got down no more than 2 foot in the water. That's where the water table was. So we're expecting to dig the hole, and hopefully we don't hit water there, but we
Very well could.
very well could hit a lot of water. But what that says is that if we didn't put the foundation under it, the chances of it.
Oh, it's I completely agree.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, we
guaranteed.
have to have that foundation in for the sign to be stabilized. So, and thank you for prioritizing that. I appreciate it.
We'll get it. Good. It's coming.
So the color of the shipping container will be, I'd like it to be a medium gray. And I can kind of pick out like a color from a certain paint company or something like that, whichever, or how I can go, like, where are you gonna get, how are you gonna get painted? Where are you gonna go? Because I can go wherever and pick out the shade for.
If we got Menards or
Okay,
from Ace Hardware.
I'll get to Menards and I'll get a paint color. I'll get 3 for the board's consideration.
We haven't decided what we'll paint.
I don't care. I really don't
Okay.
care. Because we were in agreement, because it was basically the color of
Stone,
the
Yeah.
the
the gray on the stone,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. If it makes sense with that, I don't
Okay.
care.
It's time for us to we'll get out.
Yeah,
But it may say seed land or something out there for a while. Anyhow, we'll get that, it'll be a priority. Next item is June, July bank statement reconciliation.
While
It's kind of sheet over there.
Yes. So I move that we approve payments 32411 through 32438 for an amount of $30,166.95 as provided on the deposit pay file report dated 8/12/2024 at 4:44 p.m.
second.
Okay. Call roll, please.
Ray,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
Ryan.
Yes.
Okay, after the June, July bank statement, we'll need to do something on that.
I really can't because I can't enter that memo from the payment that we received from the county for the road widening for their purchase of the easement. Until I know how to enter it, I can't enter it. And so I'm not gonna get a zero reconciliation until I'm able to enter it.
Okay, hold on to it until the next meeting. We'll look at it.
So if I may, just briefly, so the concern that I have is that it be something that we can spend. So if the auditor's office says, auditor of state says what it can be spent on, so that we can actually spend it. Because I have somewhat of a concern that we still have not, this is an aside, but I don't want to wind up in the same situation where we had $500,000 from OPWC and we weren't allowed to spend it until certain things happened. And when those certain things happened, we couldn't spend it because they'd already been paid for. And so we need to get reimbursed, and it becomes a circular discussion. But that's $500,000 that's sitting there. I mean, it's not hurting us because we're getting interest on it, but it's not for the purpose of what it was given to us. OPWC money. $500,000.
I thought you were talking about this.
Well, I don't want to wind up in the
Yeah.
same situation where, you know, you gotta put it in here, but you can't spend it because it hasn't met the certain requirements. But I also brought that up to the assistant prosecutor, that we need a way to get reimbursed for that. And my understanding is when Claudia tried to work on that, the auditor of state didn't know how to solve the issue. But there's got to be a way of solving the issue, because everybody gets, not everybody, but everybody that gets the loan gets the loan. And there's got to be a way of reimbursing us for the expenses that we actually did on Pike Road. Thank you.
I've sent myself an email to contact Tony and the auditor and figure it out. Get a good answer.
Okay. Next item does that take care of that?
Yes.
Next item is legislation to establish permanent improvement fund in the UAM 4300 range.
That's what we just talked about.
Okay, so are we at a point where we can do that, or should we wait for last meeting?
We don't know what to legislate yet, so I'm gonna go ahead and that's what I'm gonna go find out, what exactly we should legislate.
Keep it on the agenda, we'll look at it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, assistance and support from previous fiscal officer.
I heard back from Claudia, and there's good news. She is willing to accept another 100 hours worth of support. Like you were real reluctant about Ron in the holiday time. I think she's kind of that way. She's thinking that I have assured her that I've been very miserly with my vacation taken from the treasurer's office, saving it all up. I'm going to cash a lot of vacation time in here at the end of this year and do my very, very, very best to accommodate Claudia. The way she put it is I've got 3 days a week on babysitting my granddaughter. And I said, okay, I will do everything I can to, I'm so grateful to you for all your help. I'm going to do everything I can to accommodate your schedule, take care of you. On a similar note, I think she really does appreciate the idea of some recognition at the open house. She doesn't want to come.
Say that she does not want to come,
Does not.
so she wants the recognition.
No. She does. She appreciates the thought.
Okay.
She just doesn't want to come and get a plaque.
Okay.
I think she's one of those people that's a little shy about recognition.
So she likes that we remember her, but she doesn't
Yes.
want us to actually do it.
Right. Correct.
Well, I mean, I think we should respect her wishes.
Okay.
Okay, yes,
Jean?
yes, but I do think that there is something to be said about recognition, because I foresee a future in which basically none of you guys are gonna want any recognition. You're just gonna wanna walk out the door, and it's recognition, it's a time of closure and transition and honoring as well, you know, not just for that person, but for everyone that had a part in that process. And so I'm not saying it has to be township, I'm not saying it has to be at the, you know, fire station and that whole hoopla, but I do think it would be nice to have her have a plaque.
I think you have it.
And
Just because she doesn't want to show up at it.
doesn't mean that she doesn't appreciate the recognition.
So,
And shouldn't be recognized.
so, you know,
Absolutely.
we have a holiday, event in December, oftentimes the roast comes on. Maybe we should just have something like that for her, that's just employees, you know, I like if, a little luncheon kind of thing or something like that, and we give it to her, where it's just employees, not hoopla.
Maybe, or even just a plaque. I mean, the OTA gave her a plaque for her 11 years of service, and
Do you want me to ask her?
trustee Bold, yeah, say, okay, like,
What do you think?
definitely understand that, but say we want to honor her service, and I would want that, and that's not just her, it's for anybody that served that long. I mean, I think a 10+ club of sorts is worthy of that, you know? And basically what I'm saying is if you gentlemen think you're just gonna walk out the door and never hear from me again and never be honored, you guys got something else coming to you, because that's not gonna happen, especially you and you. I know you guys see personalities.
Do you need anything from us on
Just-
getting in favor?
Yeah, so we need to approve of that 100 hours.
Yes, we do need to do that.
Move to approve Claudia Smith for, move to approve an additional 100 hours for Claudia Smith, to work in assistance to the fiscal office through 12/31/19. 1/5/2025.
Second.
So you're saying until 1/5/25?
She has 100 hours to use until 1/5/2025.
So
Is that
January 5.
Yeah. Is that clear enough?
Second. Or did you second?
Second, whatever.
Okay.
Just wait with this. Okay, so call roll whenever you're ready.
Fuller,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Official Downey,
thank you.
Albrecht, and Rippenoff seminar attendance.
They sent an email on September 17. They are providing a seminar, FDAR seminar, Hot Topics in Labor and Employment Law. Register now, Pregnant Workers Fairness Act, FLSA, EEOC guidance, prohibited substances in the workplace, employee injury, disability, religious accommodations, employer speech in an election year, and First Amendment auditors who should attend this session. County, city, township administrators, civil service commission, human resource professionals. So the point is, should I attend this? The cost is $195. And full disclosure, it's 6.0 hours of continuing legal education for lawyers. So I will be getting a benefit there that's not necessarily here in the township. Also,
Do you think that that's meaningful to your work?
It's a little on the edge. I mean, especially if I'm going to get, it says human resource professional. I'm going to have to understand FLSA,
Does it have a schedule?
workers' comp. Well, does it have a schedule? You mean what they're going to teach? It's going to be on September 17th at Quest Conference Center, 9200 Worthington Road.
So September 17th, so it'll be after our next meeting. And
Yes.
we could, I'll just talk to Dave and figure out whether it makes sense.
That sounds good. You go with that?
Yes.
I mean, I don't have a problem doing it.
Yeah, it might be a little on the edge of what I'm really doing here. I mean, I am, until there's somebody else, I'm kind of in charge of human resources. Certainly payroll,
Well, I mean, you're welcome.
and a lot of other issues.
So as chair, why don't you just give him a call, and then if it's okay, I think we could authorize you to okay it.
Okay, I can do that.
So I move that we appoint trustee board to call David Rippenoff to see if the in-service is appropriate for the fiscal officer to attend. If it is, he is to notify the fiscal officer to go ahead and attend.
I will get together with you when we get the computer, just give them a call for that. So,
Before they email
Sure,
to
makes
you
sense.
again, Ron.
I'm not saying you can't go by.
No, I appreciate, no,
Let's see what makes sense.
yes, it makes a great deal of sense.
So I made that as a motion.
Second.
Okay. Call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Ryan.
Yes.
Okay, next item. Trustee item, protocol related to state mandated fraud training.
Yes, this is my item. So I have some very good news. Shoot, I had it up right there. Basically, the fraud training is an 8-minute video. And they have it very easy. You watch the video, you print the certificate, you send the certificate in
To whom?
to the township. The township updates the spreadsheet saying, and they even provide the spreadsheet. So, I'm happy to kind of get that started, and then probably, because it will end up going in their personnel file, maybe they send it to trustees at Berlin TWP, so we see which ones we have them all on record, but he stores it in the file and updates the spreadsheet.
So we'll each, basically be, politely hounding our, area.
Yes, so what I wanna do,
But the actual documentation will be done by fiscal officer.
yeah, so he'll be the storer, but not the document. Like, he'll store the documents, but we have the spreadsheet,
So who fills out the spreadsheet?
that would be him, yeah.
So he'll fill out the spreadsheet. So, but we will get a copy of, when he also gets a copy of, so that we know all of our employees.
Correct.
And he's not hounding them, we are.
That's
but he's
correct.
talking,
That's correct.
except for official people in town hall here, but.
As a side note, I've already done a few treasurer's office.
Great. It's easy, quick video, right?
It was just the documentation that I was most concerned
Don't
about.
steal stuff.
Yeah. Now,
8 minutes.
the thing is, we have 90 days, but new employees do not have 90 days. So all the new employees have 30 days from the date of departure.
Correct. So I am going to send out, so here's what we can do as far as approach. Because even Chris Paycock, even those that aren't particularly, youth-friendly using the computers, do have to complete this. So I could write up an email giving the exact instructions, go to this link, print out the certificate, send it to trustees at Berlin, twp.us, complete by this date. And I think that we should just say, complete it in 2 weeks for everyone. There's no reason why.
Understood.
And then any of the stragglers.
Well, but there might be some people on vacation.
No one's taking 2 weeks off, right?
I don't know the answer to that.
And then the other thing is what happens if they don't get it done?
I think they can't work, isn't that the way it is?
And what I was gonna ask is for you to do that, is to just put a memo together. Let's get folks working on it.
Yeah. So I can put the memo together. I can also.
Where to get it, how to get it, and
Yeah, and I can also send it to everyone in the township, or I can send it to you three, and then you guys send to your
Do
people.
you have an email, an ability to send it to?
I would have to get all the email addresses and send it, yeah. So it's not like I can just say send it to everyone in the room, yeah.
I mean, you're welcome to do that, please, Bill.
you can send it to the fire chief, you can send it to, zoning, and you can send it to.
Roads, yeah.
All three.
And say, please distribute this immediately to your
And this
folks.
is.
This must be done by this date.
Mhm.
And turn in that certificate either, the other thing is, do we want to allow them to turn in the certificate as a printed copy, or do we only want to accept digital?
And then I've got one other question.
I think that we want it digital. I mean, that doesn't sound like it, but that's what I think we need, because otherwise we don't have.
If we get audited, yeah, which I think that this might be something we get audited on.
I'm actually confident that we will, because it seems like somebody had an agenda when they
Yeah.
passed this law. And so when people have an agenda, they'll follow up on it. And so,
They made it so easy, and it just feels like something that, because it's like, if you really can't watch this 8-minute video, turn in the certificate and do a spreadsheet, you're in trouble,
yes,
So I'll write up the memo, I'll send it to all of us, the chief, the roads, the zoning folks, I'll send it all by zoning folks individually too.
Okay.
And then Jeff, I'll send you,
staging.
I'll send you the spreadsheet, but I was just thinking maybe I should have the spreadsheet put on Google and then share the link so that you all can also see the spreadsheet.
Read on.
Yeah, view
Okay.
access only. I would be the owner, but he could edit and you guys can view.
I like it.
Okay. And then remember, you can always see the history, so you can always see who changes spreadsheets too.
And what do I do with someone that has no computer knowledge or?
Well, probably, because I was thinking of that, probably you just set them up at some computer, bring your laptop in and say, watch this and print out the certificate. You know, or go back to the road's computer, Jess's computer, watch it and print out the certificate. I mean, it has to be done, and there is no in-person for this option, so.
Gotcha.
And it's 8 minutes, so anybody can watch a video for 8 minutes. You can watch TV for 8 minutes, you can watch this video.
Unfortunately, there's no test, so they could turn it on and not watch it and still get their certificate. However, they're still responsible for it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so we're good with that protocol? I will be sending that out in the next 2 days.
Okay. And I will follow up with fire, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, natural disaster mutual aid for townships.
I don't know about this item. Just,
I think we got an email, and it was talking about the things that we should be doing planning for disaster planning. I don't know if that's the sort of thing, which is the top of the next page. I don't know if that's the same things or not. We did get an email from the emails
yeah,
saying that we needed to be doing things like, making sure that we were computer safe and protecting the security of the computers and all that sort of thing.
So was it from EMA?
Doing a program, have a program, to be looking.
Was it EMA, not EMS? EMA.
I didn't hear. I didn't much. And then there was the natural disaster mutual aid thing, which is, I think is kind of a waste, because everybody that I know of from the township, we all work together. I don't have anybody that I call that says, nah, I'm not talking to you.
So I think it might be good to have it because, there was some concern that is it legal without? Because if we help, let's say Troy Township, well, they're not our residents, and if we don't have that agreement, then it's not like the fire department. The fire department, there is a statute that says you shall do mutual aid.
Mhm.
And so if you spend money on Troy Township, it doesn't matter because law says you shall.
Mhm.
But it's not the same thing with roads and things like that. But my understanding is if we have that agreement and it's back and forth, then we are legally allowed to expend monies in Troy Township because Troy Township would have the same responsibilities to us if we needed it. I think that's the point.
Mhm.
Not that we won't work together, but
I mean, typically, Brown Township last winter didn't have a truck to plow snow, and we were helping within a couple, 3 hours.
yeah, and we should,
well,
because they would do it for us.
yeah.
But we want to be legal, is really all I'm saying.
Well, but not only that, I do think that we do need to be mindful about the broader usage of our own facilities because if their truck was broken down, and in that case, it's an emergency, and we can help. But there's a difference between, because the way that was kind of being written out, it seemed like was, well, we don't need to get this because this other township has it. And so we can just use the other township, and I think it should be an emergency basis. We're here to help, absolutely, but that shouldn't replace them having to spend their own money and plan for their own resources to be able to take care of their own residents.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And so some of that-
and none of these townships have done that.
No.
However, that doesn't mean in the future,
We do
yeah, but I mean, we don't abuse it. What I'm saying is that somebody could abuse it.
it.
And I'll give you a for instance, because the discussion tonight, well, others have aerials. Well, that's almost exactly your point.
Right.
Because if we start building heights where we need an aerial, but we say, oh, they got aerials, we don't.
That's exactly my point. That was exactly my point earlier, and that's exactly, and nobody has written to this, but when I heard the description of some of the mutual aid between townships, it kind of made me think, well, but I don't want us not to get the things like the chipper too. We need a chipper, we need a chipper. We shouldn't just say, well, Orange has a chipper, so we don't need a chipper. If that's what our township needs, we should try to get it.
Right, or let's say let's just say we put things that need an aerial in that area and Orange is willing to cover, we should pay them for it.
Mhm.
So that's not abusing them, that's paying for service.
Yes,
So
that's
there's a
true.
difference.
So like the Orange trucks, the
Yes.
Orange mechanic, we pay for a service.
Yeah.
For zoning staff, support staff, that wasn't an emergency basis, but it's also, we paid for the service.
Mhm.
It wasn't you scratch my bad guy scratch yours, but then we don't need to actually plan and allocate the resources necessary for a community. And no township has done that.
Right.
I just don't want it to be like that. Yeah.
And the purpose of this would establish parameters. So I think it's actually a good thing to have an agreement.
I think so too, and especially if we qualify with natural disaster, because we are talking about the emergency situations. We're not talking about perpetual ongoing, we're talking about what Orange did for us.
Yes.
When we needed it and in our time of need, they showed up.
Yes.
And we would want to do that for them.
Yes.
We would want to do that for anybody, but we also need to make sure we are following the right legal protocol for it.
Yes.
So I don't know what the next step is on this. Or who
Well, I
brought this
thought at
forward.
one point in time that Delaware County Township Association was taking the lead on this.
Not to my knowledge, not from a legislative perspective.
Now, I don't mean a state legislative, I mean, just they were working with the prosecutor and doing things like that.
I remember Troy Brown doing something, but I thought it was just a mutual service agreement. I didn't think it was a natural disaster.
Well, I thought one led to the other, and I may be wrong in that assumption.
Okay. I can ask. I have a meeting, a DCTA meeting on Wednesday, so I can ask about this.
Okay. Signing contracts we talked about.
Yes, we talked about it, but do we need to sign it?
We talked about it and we passed it. Do we need to sign it? Yeah, let's get that signed.
Pass it around, we'll sign it. That's a change from the way we used to operate. The way we used to operate was fiscal officers, they want to sign contract.
No. I don't know if that's because of the change of prosecutors rule.
I'm okay with signing a contract, it's the same thing. You got it, it's the same thing.
This one, is that a clean one? I believe it is.
You're gonna fill in the blanks.
It's on page 12, is our signature line.
There's blanks.
Yeah, the resolution number.
Oh. All right, so.
We're not supposed to sign until they sign. are we?
I can give it to him tomorrow,
Okay.
but if you can fill in the resolution number, and that way I can.
I'll work with that.
And under number 8, that would be wrong, because the chairperson is who we said could do the change orders. So he'd be the board's representative, paragraph 8,
Paragraph 8.
yeah, paragraph 8. It's actually section 8, but. And then
Okay.
Okay, the completion date, needs to be,
Where are you?
paragraph 4. I guess, shall we say October 1st?
Mhm.
And the commencement date was, the Monday before or after. So it'd be September 9. And,
The board shall have the right to approve all subcontractor transfer assignments of work equal to or exceeding X dollars.
oh, it's 20%. Which paragraph is that, 14?
14.
Well, before you get to that, on paragraph 8, Ron, do you want them to use your cell number or the number here?
The what now?
So, being the board representative, because you know you can do 20%, and it wants your phone number. Do you want your cell phone number?
Cell phone number's fine.
What is it?
740-816.
I don't know if you want to say it out loud. You might want to just write it. I guess everybody has it already. Anyway.
Everyone has it. It's like, it's everywhere. Seven. Yeah. Everyone has it. I think it's on the website. Right?
There's none, there's not any, but.
So, and then under 14 of those 20%, where's the number of? So 51,850 plus 3,600 times 0.2.
Yeah, you're not gonna get me.
I could do it in my head, but I wouldn't trust it. So it's $11,090.
You normally come in and have to take care of that.
Pretty much every day.
Pretty much every day. Okay, come on, tomorrow afternoon,
Probably won't tomorrow.
That's all. Okay. Wednesday, supposed to do my roof, Thursday, they're gonna work on my roof, so. I'll try to get over here one day this week, and then we can call her.
The contractor has 5 or more employees.
He has to sign,
Yeah.
one way or another, and I don't know the answer.
Okay, what entity
But
is
he's-
taking this?
I'll do it like that.
I don't have a paperclip. Do you have a paperclip?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's start moving along here.
Well, we're moving quickly, it's only 9:30.
We still have quite a bit here.
Thank you very much.
Do you need the resolution number?
Yes.
24/08/01. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Because Tony would be very quick to tell us not to sign it. Contractor.
So I'll have him sign.
Make sure that happens. Okay, covers that one. Public records questions.
I've not heard back from Mr. Sacco on our inquiry that had started last November.
Okay, keep it on the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay. Carry that into the next one. Delaware County Multi-Hazard Mitigation Plan. I asked you that one for the evening. Wrote us a letter and said that we needed to have a program as to how we were going to handle, problems. And we should have an ongoing thing, especially to make sure that our computer network is secure with firewalls and such things as that. Virus protection, phishing protection, all that sort of thing.
Yeah. IT Made Real does do a diagnostic on an annual basis and check all those things. And for example, when we lost power recently in Township Hall, it alerted them and they contacted us immediately. So I feel pretty confident in our security protocol, but certainly if there's something that we can do to beef that up or check it.
What I'll have the roads guys do is look at the level on the diesel fuel and make sure that our tank doesn't run out. You know, that we fill up when it's empty or whatever else. And
Yeah.
do the same thing with the gas tank, same thing with salt, put
Yeah.
those kind of things together. I think if we cover that sort of stuff, then we're, you know, like we purchased a chipper this year. So that helps with the whole thing too. So it's just showing progress and that we're, doing things to mitigate, natural disasters and unnatural disasters.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's what they're looking for.
That brought something to me. Is our chipper insured?
Pardon?
Is our chipper insured? Was that put on the inventory for?
Believe I did.
Okay.
I'll double check. I believe I did. I, by the way, purchased a 64 gig thumb drive. I back this up about every 2 weeks. And keep it, you know, I take the computer with me and keep the back here.
Great, you're ahead of us. Do we need to designate someone to be in charge of the multi-hazard mitigation plan program? Or how do we want to do this? Or someone to just communicate with EMA?
Was there a need for somebody to take the lead on this, or?
It didn't say that, it just, there was did you guys not get the letter? Or-
I think I got the letter, yeah,
I don't remember whether there was a plan or even a thought about how we should do it. I'm just trying to get ahead of it.
I think maybe what we can do is, you know, each one in the respective areas, just thoughtfully consider what areas for improvement and notify our people to potentially.
The only one that I think that covers everybody that I have a little concern over is the computers. Other than that, I'm not real concerned. But that data is important and I think when we're on the county, we'll be less worried about it.
Well, for the data, I could certainly send it to Eric at IT Made Real and ask him to read through that and maybe do a write-up for us or something like that. to
That's
say-
the only area that I'm worried.
Give us some thoughts about it.
Yeah, of things that maybe, you know, recommendations to, those
We
kind of,
should think about.
yeah.
Might be a decent topic for county township association meeting too, because we're all on the same boat on that.
Possibly, yeah.
By the way, I did email Oterma about the chip around April 24th,
Excellent. Thank you.
April 23rd.
Okay. Delaware County Engineer Office rent-free use of the Township Hall for a meeting on September 5th for Berlin Station Phase 2 improvements.
I move that we approve the Delaware County Engineer's Office use of the Township Hall rent-free for 9/5/24.
Second.
So, a friendly motion or amendment would be assuming the rooms available.
That's a minimum of the day. And
And that is the Monday, that is the week that they're supposed to be starting siting.
and they should be made aware of that. And like I said, I'm okay with,
I'll let Kathy know to inform them.
Okay.
but they have offered us to use rooms rent-free at the county engineer, well, it's really the county building, but the county engineer's area. So
Yes.
since they're offering it to us for free, I think, and it's for our residents.
It's for our residents, I have no problem with it, it's just it might be loud.
And they should be made aware of that, and if they're okay with it, it's okay.
And that big room is a big room.
Yes,
They could put a lot of people in that.
yes. And they actually have several rooms, they have other conference rooms you can use too.
Okay, Linda Lane issues.
I can start, or you can, either one.
Once you start.
Yeah, I've had a couple residents reach out to me about the road work on Linda Lane. Specifically, Linda Lane was chip and sealed. We had all agreed to chip and seal it, last year, the beginning of the year. And, we had some robust discussions at that time about the benefits to the, pros and cons of chip and seal and asphalt. At that time, it was my understanding, that it still is my understanding, that Linda Lane had been chip and sealed previously, that doing the crack sealing and chip and seal would be a better solution over the chip and seal as it existed at that time. And that the residents, that there weren't really many complaints about it. That was my understanding. So when the resident reached out, I did ask for any additional documentation to bring forward. I was provided with a number of pictures, and grew a little bit concerned about, one resident indicated that they didn't get very helpful advice or guidance on what to do with the road. So I did also drive Linda Lane, and I did find there to be major tacky areas, large strips of tackiness that, if to the touch, it immediately got on my finger. But that said, it also has not had the appropriate amount of time to cure. And my understanding is where the mastic was placed down and then the chip and seal, that those areas are much more tacky and not cured than I touched in other areas of the road and it was solid. So I don't know if there's a curation issue that we have here. I didn't think it looked terrible. I don't know if you guys had the chance to drive it.
Absolutely.
And I do think there's something that we need to talk about in terms of pros and cons generally. But for example, the mastic that was placed over on Devonshire and then covered with asphalt, that's also bleeding through. So I'm not sure that asphalt is the solution to trying to repair the holes and cracks, because you have that mastic, you just have to let it cure and it's gonna bleed through and harden out, whether that's with asphalt or with chip and seal. Because we're having that same issue, as I understand it, in Devonshire. So, a little bit of a different issue. The asphalt's actually kind of bubbling up because it does seal it down a little bit more. But my point is, there is no perfect solution for this. It definitely seemed like where the major crack repairs were made is where the biggest problems still exist. The question is does it just need more time? Does anything need to be addressed? In a couple portions, it did look like the rock to mix ratio might have been a little bit more rock heavy, if that makes sense. So I asked Jesse to look into that portion and confirm, all the different specs for it. I do also think that the fog seal really helps keep things down. And maybe we could do something related to sealing it up, or maybe we could address it a little bit differently if need be. But I don't know what you all have as potential solutions or what you all think about this experience.
Well, the thing that I did was, I got a couple of phone calls too. I went up and took a look at the road, and it had been chip and sealed after I looked at it. I was not there before the chip and seal, so I didn't see the mastic on the road when it was there. And then, that was like a Thursday or a Friday. And then on Monday, they fog sealed it. And I went back up like Wednesday of the next week just to check on it. And the fog seal was all dry.
Yeah.
It was dry everywhere. But what I didn't look at was where the mastic was in contact with the fog seal.
Right.
So it got directly on the mastic.
Right.
And Jesse and I were talking about it, and fog seal is a hard surface, and what happens is the mastic has to dry out, cure, and that sort of thing. And the mastic hasn't gotten set completely.
No, and so this was great. Jesse had put these testers down. This is the mastic with the chip and seal, and you can see that it's very clearly a lot more tacky and sticky. And then this is just the chip and seal only. Same truck driving over those areas, and so it's clear that the issue is not the chip and seal. That's what this tells me. It's clear that the issue is the mastic with the chip and seal, and that's not going to be an issue that's going to be resolved by putting asphalt over it.
No, and the thing that we've done in the past is the tar that's liquid underneath, it will pump up on hot weather. And
Yeah.
really hot days, it gets bad. And there's been cases where we've had to take number 8, which is the real fine gravel, and spread that on the road. But I hesitate to do that there because right now they got a nice black road. We put
Yeah,
the gravel on, it's gonna be a gray road. And the
Right.
gravel is going to be a lot of it loose, some of it's gonna get stuck with the mastic itself. There's other parts of it that isn't
Right.
get stuck. So I hesitate to do that sort of thing. If we could just figure out how to get a little bit of time and get it to dry out and get through this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean we won't have it again next summer, but that means it'll get solidified and be a lot less next summer.
So when I drove it today, it actually was very good. So I think time has helped it. The only place that I picked up what I found irritating was around the,
Curve,
yes, I call it a cul-de-sac, but it's not really. It's a little loop. I
Yeah.
don't know how the county
It's a loop where you end up at.
but that area, it was loose and sticky. But every place else was fine. But I do agree that where they had done the crack sealing, it really.
That's where it is.
Yeah.
That's where it is.
But the problem is if you don't crack seal, you're gonna lose the road.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a catch-22 of it. It seems like you have to do the crack seal to lay any top over it, and on either top surface, you're going to get problematic issues in this temperature. Now, I wondered if there would be another coat of something that we could put on, like, and I don't know this answer, like fog seal or something that kind of may help dry it out or, do something a little bit different. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is,
Or even over the cracks, if we could put something over the
But
cracks.
the problem is that it's a solution to a problem that's causing the problem.
Right,
And I don't know that you really want to solve the final problem because you haven't solved the initial problem.
Mhm.
So I think that time will help. It won't solve everything. And I understand the residents' concern. I've lived it my entire life. I mean, cracks, chip and seal, all my life next to where I live. It's irritating, but it's the way it is.
And the
Would add- would-
sales made it 100% better because you don't get the dust.
Yes,
Right.
yes, because
When you put the number 8s now with no fog sales, you get clouds of dust.
I remember going to churches.
That was,
And by the time we got to church, we would come in dust.
and dust, yeah.
and that was when you use motor oil to get rid of the dust.
That's
Well-
exactly what happened, and then everybody complained about that, because, it's just,
Well, my question too is, I mean, does wood asphalt solve the issue? That would be my question.
so I think it would help, but I don't think it would solve, so. And for the cost, I don't think it's worth the benefit for that road. I mean, it's not a curb and gutter road, and, I like open ditch roads so that you can do this, and you can also put, grid on there. So I think it's safer, I think it's a safer road in the wintertime, that kind of thing. So I would leave it as it is.
Could you repeat that? You think that the chip and seal road is a safer road?
Well, the open ditch,
Open ditch, yeah.
which the chip and seal.
Yeah, I don't look at chip and seal on a curb and gutter road.
Yeah.
But on that road, yeah, because curb and gutter has got a whole different set of problems, a whole different set of issues. But on that road, and the thing about blacktop is it's brittle. You would think it would be soft, but it's brittle. And the thing is, whatever the base is, that's the problem we're trying to cover. We're trying to fix the base problem.
That's,
And if you put blacktop on top of a bad base, what happens is all the cracks and everything that's in there, in about 3 to 5 years, come back.
so that's why we don't do anything to Sweeney Road, because although I would love it to be asphalted, it would be a total waste of money because
It's gonna,
of that reason.
it's for that
So
reason.
Sweeney Roads, chip and seal, Hatter Roads, chip and seal,
Rules and roads.
Rollison Roads, chip and seal.
Everlow used to be, Everlow is a really good application of chip and seal, because Everlow was a mess. It was really, really
It was a
bad
small
mess. We just did chip and seal on it every year for about 10 years. And the reason we did that was to try to get enough road there to have a base, and the base is the chip and seal. And that was to build it up to get that. And Everlow right now is not a bad road. And but Everlow has a problem in that Everlow is the ditch. It doesn't have, there aren't any ditches on site.
Right.
The ditch is the road. And that's a big problem for chip and seal roads, and it's a really big problem for any cracks in the road, because all the water goes down the cracks.
So what do you propose as far as, some of those pictures with like targeting on the dog with the kids' feet, those kinds of things? What do you propose as truly viable solutions?
It's not something people want to hear, but that's really.
It's one of those things that,
Time and avoid the cracks as best you can.
But the cracks are,
Yeah. Well, a lot of them actually kind of went straight across, it seemed like. Did you see that?
I honestly did not see it just before, I didn't see it when the cracks hit, so That's when it becomes very obvious.
Mhm.
I did not see that. Because usually it allocates. But, so the answer is no.
The crack seal is a hose with a nozzle on the end of it, and you squirt into the cracks. It's not a broadband spray the road, it's just to seal the cracks. But it does have, it takes time. It takes time for it to
Well, it especially seems like it's just the mastic. It really, I mean, the chip and
something
seal
that we
only.
could look at doing with the chip and seal, and see if we could get them to put sand on it when they do the chip and seal to just help them dry out.
I've never seen that. Have you seen them ever do that?
Yeah, I've seen it done. I've seen it done. But it's not a normal thing. It's something where we just have to work. And what we've got is we've got a vendor that does chip and, or does the crack seal, and he does it for several of the townships here in the county, all over the state. And it's a state bid to do it that way. We just have to ask the question about if we could put something like sand on it.
So do you do crack sealing, sand, and then chip and seal, or do you do crack sealing? I mean, yeah.
You do the crack sealing, put sand on, and then if you put anything else on, put it on. But if you don't put anything else on, you just leave the sand there. The sand stays there, that's the road surface.
But you would not do crack sealing,
Sand, then chip and seal.
no, chip and seal, and then sand?
I wouldn't do it that way, that's kind of a micro seal kind of thing. Because by the time you do that, you might as well blacktop from a cost standpoint, because that's where you're gonna get close to that.
So it would be cheaper to do crack and seal, sand, and then chip and seal. Well, maybe we ought to look at that next time.
Yeah, especially where we do the crack seal. I mean, it doesn't have to cover the whole surface of
Right.
it, but just where the crack seal is.
There isn't a good solution on it. We got another problem, and the problem is the residents are looking at the road as a playground. Okay, we got the pickleball courts on the road, we got the kiddie parks on the road, and cul-de-sacs, and that sort of around the township. And I know one of the complaints there was that they use that as a road, as a sidewalk, because they don't have sidewalks. Well, there's a lot of places in the township that don't have sidewalks, and, they may walk in the road, but it's not looked upon as a sidewalk. It's, you gotta recognize that it's a road, and it's gonna have traffic. It's gonna be an issue. And you don't, and I don't like the idea of setting up a pickleball court or anything else, a basketball goal on a curb, any of those
Yeah,
sorts of things.
but I don't think that, they didn't bring that up. I mean, they do walk, but, I mean, at any given street in this township, at almost all hours of the day, you see people walking on the sides of roads because of our sidewalk situation. So I don't wanna say, Linda Lane, don't walk on the road and, but I think that it needs time,
I didn't say there was a solution, I just said
Yeah.
there was a problem.
But that, I mean, this is totally different can of worms, but pickleball and basketball, things in there.
those are different to me.
No, but they need to be stopped, and
Yeah.
we probably should put that in the newsletter almost every time. So if they could put that, a news article about that, because I'm thinking about Gregory Road. I mean, at the end of that, when that's turned over to us, you got a great big cul-de-sac that nobody uses. Well, somebody's gonna wanna use it for something,
Oh, for sure.
and that worries me.
Yeah.
Because it's all unsafe stuff that they want to use it because it's a
So what
road.
really should have ended at the street.
Yes, so I wonder if we could get that un-cul-de-sac.
Well, we got that, and we got Big Run Road is the same thing. Big Run, it's, and so is Donald Road, and they've all got the same issues on that. I think we gotta wait until we see how they get access to the water tower and the cell tower down there, because they don't have access to it now, and, other than go across the railroad tracks after they drive in. When they take that railroad crossing out and put in the viaduct over it, you gotta have another way to get there. And the property doesn't go to any of the other streets.
Right.
And I know the county, I haven't seen, and I've asked that question several times, what are you gonna do to fix, how are you gonna get there?
Yeah.
And it looks to me like they're gonna have to go off of Gregory Road to be able to get there, because that's the closest road there is. And you go across the Norfolk and Southern tracks and you can get there, one way in, one way out.
So I would like to return to this, stay on topic a little bit, because we're.
It's just one that can go
So
forward.
it really could, and it's interesting, it really is. So I think what I'd like to do is do a write-up and, sort of redirect the residents to the roads group. Jessica gave you a little write-up as well, so it will say something to the effect of kind of summarizing why we made the decision that we did, and, the unfortunate reality that it just does need to have a little bit of time. But in the meantime, we'll look into, if there's something we could do to help dry out the road potentially, or ways to improve it moving forward.
And the Linda Lane thing, I got an email and they were complaining about paying high taxes, and because they didn't pay high taxes, they should get some sort of special consideration. At least that was the input that I read out of the letter. The thing that they don't understand is that most of the tax money goes to the schools and to all of the outside villages that are voted in. It's neat to vote in better schools. It's neat to vote in parks. It's neat to vote in senior center. It's neat to vote all that sort of stuff in. But you voted in, and that tax bill is the other shoe that, and what we're paying for township taxes.
It's actually quite low.
We're at the state minimum. We're at the
Right.
we're at the
And two,
outside, we're at the inside millage, which is the state minimum tax that everybody in the state pays.
right,
So we're not getting any absorbent money to maintain anything.
and something that I find deceiving to the residents, which is unfortunate, is the way they characterize the township monies, because they include the general health district. And they make it sound like it's a township tax. No, it's a general health district tax.
That's right.
So, even though it's put under Berlin, and they do it to Berkshire, they do it to all of the townships. I'm not so sure they do it to the municipalities, but they do it to all the townships. They say, here, this is how much the township's getting. No, the township's not getting all that. And the second thing is even, what does come to the township, if it's voted in for fire, cannot be spent on anything but fire. So the majority of what comes to the township goes to the fire department. So what goes to roads is very, very minimal.
Right.
Because even all that inside mills has to pay for, cemetery, it has to pay for lots of things.
And the millage that gets paid to the township that's in the type 2 annexations gets tipped to the cities.
Right.
So it's not like people complain that they've got this on their bills, it's township money. Well, township never sees any of it.
Right.
Never gets to us at all goes to the city.
Right.
But we get blamed if we will get money.
Well, but you can't blame the residents because it's on the tax bill, it's saying we're getting it, and we're not getting it, it's just that it's allocated to us if the city didn't tip it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Well, we'll redirect and kind of consolidate these items, and I'll write a response to the residents tomorrow and copy the board and the roads.
Thank you.
But if either of you do want to chime in, just chime in individually, not as a board. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt here. I believe, unless I missed it, we had a motion and a second on the free rental of the hall. We didn't vote on it.
We did?
Call the vote then.
Fuller,
Yes,
Brown,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
thank you.
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry that we didn't call.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, next item, zoning department, zoning review request.
I don't know what that one is. that way. Let me see.
Would that have been the thing? I got a letter on the swimming place, but I don't know. I don't know that that was it at all.
Yeah, I don't think so. With the swimming, we've followed up with the residents who've inquired, and we do publicize the meeting, but we don't have to notify adjacent property owners for the trustees hearing. So I think maybe there was some confusion about that process that Kathy clarified. And they're welcome to come in and review it, but at the end of the day, with the heights returning to the original, I mean, as I mentioned in the meeting, had they had the plan that they submitted, it would have been a minor change. You wouldn't have had to go through all that process.
Right.
So,
Well, and the complaint that I got was that the zoning commission had voted it down, and so they thought it was a dead issue.
right,
And the thing they didn't realize is what they voted down was to send it to the trustees, for the trustees to make a decision.
yeah,
And so it was,
It was voting down a recommendation, not the
plan,
plan.
yeah.
so, anyhow.
Yeah, so, I do have two requests though. This has come up on a few different occasions, but, this was something that, related to time off. So, I had spoken with both of you when we were going through the process of hiring Levi, that he had some pre-planned vacation days and, wanted to see if we could do the same kind of accommodation as previously where they can borrow those vacation days, but then if they leave before the year accrual is met, they have to pay it back. Are you both okay with that? Okay, so,
But they understand that then the next year they don't have it until, because they were used. If they're borrowing again.
it would be another case that you would go ahead, yeah.
I have a problem with it because of, the road department guys, some of those came from areas which weren't covered by, transfers of sick leave, and they still got the sick leave, but they can't use it because they're not working in that particular government institution right now, the state institution, so I think we need to treat everybody the same on that.
Okay, but you were talking about vacation.
Vacation, not sick.
This is,
I have a sick time request
Oh.
as well, but this is vacation. And this, as far as my knowledge, first, we did already have this discussion and had indicated that we could work with Levi prior to him accepting the position for this.
Mhm.
But second, we have, I think, fairly consistently given that same option of either you can take unpaid time off and we can allow that, or you can borrow ahead on the auspices that if you leave, you have to pay that back.
that part we did.
Okay,
Okay.
so, move to approve, 6 days of vacation for Levi Kohler to borrow ahead, of unaccrued time on the condition that, if he leaves prior to the vacation dispersal, the amount of the days will be subtracted from his final check.
You used the word unapproved, but if we're doing this.
Unaccrued, I said.
Unapproved, okay.
Yeah, sorry. Just in the record, it's not unapproved, it's unaccrued.
I'll second that. Call the roll, please.
Hale,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
The second item related similarly is Jerry Valentine reached out to me and he indicated that the system is showing that he has like a number of vacation days available to him currently because of his years of service as a part-time employee.
Yeah, but really, past history has been, you don't accrue
until
for
you're
part-time.
full-time.
Yeah.
So we have a system error because it's showing that he basically has all of that time now showing because.
I understand the issue.
So we're gonna need to work through that HR Butler error in the system. However, he has requested 8 days off as well, and I would like to give him the same condition that we gave Levi. And he knows that very likely what was in the system is not actually accrued time, but that he would be borrowing ahead.
I'm okay with that.
You okay with that? Okay. Move to approve Jerry Valentine for 8 days of unaccrued vacation time to be taken before 9:30 on the condition that should any remaining time not accrued be owed if he leaves would be deducted from his final paycheck.
Second.
My God, that was hard.
And what this means is that, he gets so many weeks for that after he's worked for a year. And, if he takes time now, it's come away from that time.
Yeah.
So, does that motion cover that one?
I think it does, but
Okay.
that discussion is a good point of clarification that should be noted in the record.
'Cause,
I think it does
He's
cover
not getting any more.
Correct.
Not getting any more vacation, it's just that.
He's just using it early.
Right.
And if he leaves before he gets that accrual, he'll need to pay it back on his final check.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Call the roll, please.
Brian,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Brad.
Yes. Okay, the final one, and it is in the email, is the accrued sick time. Now, it's fairly straightforward in the Ohio Revised Code about the acceptance of sick time here. And it says that the township shall accept sick time transfer.
From other townships.
It did not say that, it said, it didn't say from township specifically.
So can I suggest you, chat with Dave Riepenhoff? Because if
This
it's,
one.
because if it shall, then we shall, but if it isn't, then we should kind of follow what we've been
You've
doing.
asked that question several times.
So, but laws change, so it could have changed.
Mhm.
Or it could be talking about, I don't know what it's talking about, so that's
It's
why I
a-
refer to,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was
but sometimes it has to do, certain things have to do with the number of employees that you have, sometimes it has to do whether you're, what kind of township is that called?
home rule.
A limited home rule township, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I can ask to confirm that, but
Because I think if there's a question, we should get it resolved.
yeah, I think it seemed unambiguous to me, to be honest with you, when I read the code, but I'm not a lawyer either, so. And I do think that, going back to your point, I think we absolutely should honor transferred sick time, from, other arenas, so I would like to explore that. Maybe we explore that when we revisit the handbook, if permitted.
Well, now there's a difference between permitted and shall.
Right, I know, very aware.
But what I
And I'm saying
heard, what I
if-
heard was a shall.
Yeah, I'm saying, it seemed pretty unambiguous that it was shall. But even if it's permitted, I would like us to revisit that because I think that it's
I don't mind
permitted,
doing it.
not shall, should.
I can be convinced, but I'm not convinced. Because we haven't done it in the past. There's just a variety of issues at issue. But first, let's resolve, because if
Yeah.
it's shall, then we don't need to argue.
Yeah, agreed.
And we consulted Ribbon on, I know, a couple of things.
All right, I'll follow up with Reba Law for the sick time transfer.
And the thing is, the townships are not considered state towns. I know the counties are, not the townships.
I believe counties.
I thought it
have to
said
have a
something,
obligation.
I thought it said something related to, participants and voters or something like that.
Okay.
All right, so keep sick time transfer on for the next meeting, please.
Okay, next one is, we ready to move on, old business, collective bargaining updates, we did that. Evergreen trees, we're just working on them, all I can say is all those are being worked on, but don't have any updates and stats. Cheshire Road widening easements and fiber, can we take that off of there?
Let's have fire on at the first meeting in September.
Okay,
Let's have fiber on for the first meeting in September because it depends on how quickly the county works on Cheshire Road as to when we need to bring that up again.
okay, Parks and Trails update?
I am very close to having that complete. I would like to feature Parks and Trails in the next newsletter, so, that document will be forthcoming.
Okay, Township Administrator updates?
Diane, contacted me back. I have updated the Indeed account and we will be diving into that in the next couple of months once we start meeting again, on that 2 times per month basis.
Mm-hmm.
And have some time to.
Okay. Access management plan, we got a follow-up meeting scheduled for September. I don't think we got a date yet, but I'll vote if we get a date.
So is that the overall broad access management plan or just the Sunbury issue?
It's a Sunbury issue, but what we're trying to do is to get it. What I was trying to do was to make it a broad one, but
Because, so that the township will adopt an access management plan. Okay, good, thank you.
yeah, and there's something going on, and hopefully the residents are listening a little bit, that live on 3Bs and K, but 3Bs and K, the plan is to cul-de-sac it all between 36, 37 and the new Sunbury Parkway. So that it'll be cul-de-sac at both ways. You won't be able to get on to 36, 37, nor will you be able to get on to Sunbury Parkway, but that road would have a tie-in to get over to Four Winds, which would be extended, and Four Winds would have access to both of those.
So it would not happen until there's access to Four Winds, correct?
Till Four Winds is there and Sunbury Parkway's there.
But all I'm asking
Mhm.
for, not that I'll get what I'm asking for, is that that does not happen until it's tied into
Four Winds. Now, whether or not Sunbury Park was there or not, I don't care, but I want them to be able to get to 36, 37. So that means if Four Winds and 3Bs and K connect, I'm okay. But until that, I want to fight the
Well,
cul-de-sac.
they're not gonna close, they're not gonna close the road.
As long as that happens, I'm okay.
That's, at least that's my understanding. And, when Four Winds is there, and they can get access over to it, it may not, I mean, it may not be cul-de-sac out to south end, because the Sunbury Parkway wouldn't be there. But you can make the connection.
Yeah.
But the long-term goal is to have cul-de-sacs on both ends.
I don't love that idea, but as long as it's connected to Four Winds, it makes sense.
Yeah, it has to be. Okay. Future meetings. I don't have any until our next September meeting.
Really?
Mhm.
That's shocking.
I know.
Come on, I gotta read something
I know.
Say
You
something.
wanna take a couple of mine? I have DCTA Wednesday. I'll have, DCRPC, I'll be attending this month. Maybe I attended last month. And I might do one Delaware for lunch.
I might do that too. I haven't made up my mind yet. I don't know, is there an RSVP date on that?
No, but they just sent out a note saying they'd like you to RSVP. Yeah.
I can't because I won't be here.
That's, DCTA legislative,
Yeah, DC, legislative.
that's 8/14.
8/14. There is the budgetary commission meeting on the 19th. An interesting twist. The current formula was not adopted because one of the members of the budgetary commission was not there, and so the motion failed on the floor. Unfortunately, we still are not able to mobilize the full sale alternative proposal to present as approved because it requires the city with the largest population's approval. So, we have some work to do, but we've thrown out a few, good things and have some good momentum working for us.
Okay.
You have any meetings?
I might go to the Delaware one.
And the DCTA, that's an executive meeting?
Legislative committee meeting.
Okay.
It's not the broader meeting.
Okay, gotcha. No other future meetings, late items, I got a few.
Okay, me too.
First one is cabinet for cleaning materials, we've talked about that, and I will work to get one purchased. And we'll go over there. Software security, Columbus City, is there anything we need to worry about, or is there anything we can do, or should do, or?
I'm gonna have IT Mayfield do the audit, make recommendations to us.
Okay, because, Columbus is, it's like they're doing an ostrich thing. Got their head in the sand and not talking about
Yeah,
it. And
I would do too.
they're acting like they think somehow or another gonna go away. Okay, new computers, pick it up and go with it now.
Yeah, make sure you complete the transfer inventory form, you should complete that for yours. So check in your old computer and, you put that on for your new, and then turn that into this file. So,
And I've been having trouble getting my iSolve, but I wasn't gonna solve it on this, we'll solve it on the new one.
yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, and I'm working with a company called IAP, which is a contract company that has a state, or it's actually a state or federal contract for dealing with, government agencies or nonprofit agencies for building things, and specifically I'm thinking of a building we're all here And they say they can do it, so, and they mentioned Liberty Township as someone that they've worked with, and, Plain Township, a couple of those around. Got the information to Tony and trying to get him to give me a blessing that we can do that. If we can do that, we may be back to the price that we were talking about a long time ago, maybe $300,000 or $250,000. We can put a building up. What we're looking at now is putting in footers and putting a building on top of it and a gravel base inside. And if at some time later we decide that we want to go ahead, cement will address that at that point in time. But build a building without cement. It's just a storage building, probably makes real good sense.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we're at on that. So we are making some progress on it. Getting the fuel tank moved, that's more progress. So we're making some headway there. Next item is the Red Robin Way. Red Robin Way is on the list of roads to be paved this year. Not sure what kind of paving we're putting down, but we're going to do that. But with all of the stuff that's going on out here, the vendors and we've been kind of talking about, does it make sense to delay it till next year? And if they will do it for us at the same price that we got this year, then we're thinking about doing it, because that would make sense from the standpoint of good road.
So if they will do it at the price that was this year, I'm all for it. If they don't, then I'm not.
That's the thing that Jesse and I are both saying, and so we'll get a commitment from them for the price for doing it for next year. But Red Robin Way is the last piece of the RIP program that we've got. And that's all I've got.
You have anything? Okay, I have a few items. One is, I mentioned about the permitting. So iWork is up and running. Jenna and Levi and Jerry all use it on a daily basis. Everything's going very well with the tracking of the permits. It did become apparent that we would like to go back historically many years, which then brought up two issues. It brought up our ability to input our own information without an auto population of permit numbers and manipulate data to make it work according to the historical timeline. And it brought up data storage issues. So iWork did propose an additional $1,650 to increase to unlimited data storage and allow us to, it's called a permit management system.
So is that $1,650 one time or?
It's annual.
Is that a motion?
Well, I'm not, if you all are not amenable to that, then
Well, I just had questions.
yes.
So the $1,650 is on top of how much?
The $1,650 is on top of, and I sent the quote to you, the $8,500 annual that we pay.
And that is limited to about how much data?
This configuration,
Well, maybe put in the words that I really care about. How far back can we go without?
not super far.
So I think we need it, so let's just do it.
Okay, because it's 25 megabit premium. We're on the premium data plan, which is 25 megabytes up for the uploads and 100 gigabytes of storage.
It sounds like a lot, but
Gigabytes.
but if it's
We're in
not,
terabyte land now.
you know, well, if it's not what we need, then we need to get what we need. Would you agree?
I would agree with that. The prospect of paying that much for kind of the product we already have, I don't like. It seems like a lot for storage.
Well, but my point is, why have it if we can't use it?
That's fair. And so I do agree with this. I think that this will really, and we now have the resources to be able to actually really ramp up that process. So I would like to take advantage of those resources as well. So
Book like this takes a lot of room.
it does.
And
That's
it needs to be on there.
that's a huge component. So
I don't have a problem with it.
okay. And so, and I probably will have to send this back through Tony as well for some of the, it's an addendum to our contract. So why don't I just go ahead and approve appropriations of an additional $1,650 annually for the next 3 years to iWork. That is in addition to the $8,500 annually for the next 3 years, totaling subscription fee, allocation subscription of $10,150 to iWorks for the purposes of zoning and permitting software on the condition that the prosecutor approves the contract, the addendum to the contract.
I second. But I have discussion.
And permit trustee Real, authorize trustee Real to execute any associated documents there.
Yeah, I second that. Okay, Jeff, do you have a problem in, doing a certificate of available funds for a 3-year?
I have no idea.
We already have a 3-year contract with them. This is just added to that.
But what's different is you approve appropriation for all 3 years.
No, back before, when we initially did it, it was a 3-year.
It was a 3-year contract, but we didn't approve appropriations for 3 years.
Yes, we did. We approved $8,500 annually for a period of 3 years. We did it.
Did you certify that?
That was before he was here.
Yeah, no, I didn't. There was an $8,500 purchase order for it.
Yeah, that was just the
Yeah.
next,
Yeah,
the
but-
next
but
year.
what the way she worded it, wouldn't be 8,500, it'd be
Yeah.
2,550, 25,500.
I understand the question.
But it would be $8,500 due each year.
So the wording of that you may have to redo the word, but you can do a 3-year contract, and usually you only approve appropriations for a year.
Right.
That's not how we did it last time.
And if it's okay, I'm okay with it. It's just,
I don't even know if the township has authority to do something for more than the current year.
well, they can more than a year. It's like, but I don't know what the limit is, so that's your.
Well, I can say, I can look into it, but the last time we did it, it went through Tony. So whatever we did last time, I can definitely,
The contract's different than the wording of the appropriations, so did the wording of the appropriation go through Tony?
we had a whole resolution made by him, I believe, as well as the contract, because it took quite a while.
Well, if he approved it, then it should be fine. Because we do have the money. But I know that when we did the fire station, so we're talking old law, 2006, we could only go, I think, prospectively up to 24 months or something like that. But it was a pain in the butt, but we had to work our way through it. But so he may have worded it in such a way in that contract that it, or the law may have changed.
Well, if he says we can't do it, then,
We'll just appropriate for 1 year and do it.
yeah, and I said it's only a condition of his approval anyway, so we're okay. Okay. Got it.
Real,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes,
O'Brien.
Yes.
The other item is, did look into the part-time hours situation. And really, from what I can tell, it's 1,500 hours in a given year for townships, which allows us to have them work just a little under 29. So, what I'd like to do is, I'd like to have the ability to approve Jenna's hours for up to 28 per week as needed, but she's scheduled for 15 per week. Okay, so, move to approve,
I asked, the 1,500, is that 1,500 or is it prorated? So that if you work in 6 months, is it 750?
it was in 1 calendar year.
Okay, but, you know, we've only got 6 months of the year.
Yeah, it's not, it was, yeah, so it's total within a year. So if you have for that half of a year,
I know that's the way I want to hear it, want to read it. I just want to make sure that that's what it is.
yeah, well, but then the thing is when they give you the formula, it's for the calendar year, which then comes out to 28 hours per week. So you would not want to you wouldn't want to work 40 hours and pass the 28 threshold, even if it's half a year, which we don't have to do. And that way that we stay safe and under it.
You could work 40 or 50 hours, but you don't know.
Yeah, maybe. So, move to approve, hours for Jenna Gosha to up to 28, effective immediately as authorized by trustee Rail, with the regularly scheduled hours to remain at 15 hours per week.
So I'll second by my clarification. So you're really saying she doesn't have to ask for any approval up to 15 hours, but from 15 to 28 hours, she needs approval from you.
Correct.
Got it.
And with Kathy being out with a good portion recently, she's, asked to work more, and she can sometimes work more. Really, she can work up to, potentially 25 hours in any given week. So, but she's only approved for 15. So if she's on the project and she's cranking out the scanning, she's doing a great job. I may just let her work 20, 25 hours to get a big project done. But if we don't need it, then she can come in for the 15.
Yeah, now, I mean, it's totally under your discretion, but I would tend to say, because you don't know if another employee is going to take a day off, because if they're sick, you don't
Reserve
know. So the extra hours should be more towards the end of the week, so that because you can't do 28 hours and then do 8 more hours.
Right. I agree, yeah. Okay. That's all for that.
So did we vote on
Rail,
And we didn't
Yes.
vote on
O'Brien,
it? Yes.
Over.
it. Yes.
And I think that the other items can probably wait till next month. The newsletter item, when did you want that to?
Okay, so, I don't have it, let me pull up my calendar if I may.
Oh, and I got permission to post on our Tower Code appeal, Lynn. So I will post on the website and social media when the appeals court. That's just an FYI for you.
Okay, any other late items?
Just a moment, please. So what I really would like to have is a rough draft by September 3rd for the newsletter and the final draft by the 9th. And would the fiscal office like to put anything in the newsletter? If you do, let me know by September 7th.
Yeah, not that I can think of.
You might, if there's something that you want to inform the residents about, or if something can make your job easier. I don't know, sometimes residents have an expectation, whether that be open records or whatever, I mean. But you think about it, if there's something that you want, just let me know.
I will, thank you.
That's all. If I may offer a motion to adjourn, I would so move.
I would so second.
Oh,
Or, O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
10:25.
that's earlier.
Yeah, earliest in the couple. We had 10:15. I think June 10 was actually 10:15.
Yes.
Look at my checks.
You only wish they were for you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Great meeting.